Hope Channel, changing lives.
2022 under the theme Raising Godly Entrepreneurs Amidst the Current Global Crisis. Monday, 11th July 2020.
We ask for direction and give us understanding minds that whatever we learn here will equip us for life. This our prayer we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
As we wait for our guests to come in, we have different groups of people here this morning, and we'd like to acknowledge some few people who are here. If you are not a Seventh-day Adventist and you heard this program and you are here this morning, raise your hand and let's clap for you.
Yes, let's give you a big
Let's
clap.
give you a big round of applause.
Please, a big round of applause.
Great. Great, you are warmly welcome. Then we have our friends have special needs, the special needs group. They are here. Let's see you.
Special needs.
Our friends who are deaf and dumb and they are here, physically challenged.
Okay,
Let's
some
see
hands
your
are up. A round of applause for them.
The rest are at the back there. You know, they are busily setting up their stands at the back there. Then we have some clergy among us, all the pastors in the house. Please, let's see by raising of your hand. God bless you for coming.
God bless you.
God bless you for coming. We have some students from KNUST. KNUST. All right, some are here.
A round of applause
Round
for
of
them.
applause for them. Some are also at the back there. You are warmly welcome. Then all those from Buelah, Gilead, Elim, Christolites, and all the churches around. Please show off your hand and let's give you a round of applause.
The applause, the applause. Yes. Good.
Thank you. And later we'll be introducing our guests that are coming in specially. But we'd like to ensure that you get to know those who are here at the moment. But at the right time, officially introduce all the special guests we have invited for you to learn from them. So at this time, we'll move on to the next program.
So I'll invite Elder Ben Ajenim Boateng here, the Director of Urban Planning, KMA. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he joined me here.
Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. I have two main duties to perform this morning. To welcome you officially and also to make an exposition on the theme for this year's ICE conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the protocols established to welcome you to this event, which in my opinion marks the new dawn of a well-balanced approach to the way we do church in the 21st century. As a young African, I've personally had to confront the question of this beautiful continent's developmental predicament and ineptitude from a multifaceted approach. Should the solution to our quagmire emerge from a socio-political or religious or some other philosophical point of view, why does the road to Africa's development appear to be so long, winding up down the roller coaster for others to take us for granted, as has been the case in history? I do not refer to the development of the mere advancement of science and technology, but as the sustainable and holistic transformation of the facets of the people of the continent, with special emphasis on human capital and economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, by 2050, the African continent will be home to a quarter of the world's workforce. Every year, around 20 million young people enter the African labor market. Yet, there is no guarantee that they will find work, let alone in decent jobs. Trends such as urbanization, the climate change crisis, the digitalization, and population growth, but also the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic aggravate the employment crisis and increase the existing inequality. Africa's population is growing faster than the jobs that are created, and whether the trend continues or be reversed will have much to do with whether the continent generates prosperity or instability in the coming decades. Africa needs to create 12 million to 15 million jobs annually to absorb the youth entering the labor market. However, given the limited job creation, most African youth is engaged in low quality employment in the informal sector. Ghana is not different. Ghana's 2021 population and housing census put the youth unemployment rate at an all-time high of 13.4%, almost triple the 5.3% recorded in 2010 census. This translates to about 1.55 million out of the 11.54 million economic active population we have. These figures are a bit scary. Currently, as we speak, the Ghanaian youth between the ages of 18 to 35 are about 17.8 million. And annually, graduates that are coming out of our universities are over 100,000. Government efforts to tackle the consistent, gradual rise in youth unemployment in Ghana span more than 2 decades. Successive governments have invested more than $1 billion in about 10 different youth creation programs. But the outcome, you and I know, has largely been unimpressive. These policies put together, but the funding sources are not sustainable. So along the line, the government starts running out of funds. Many of these programs have been difficult to track, thereby repeating the mistakes of the past ones. For most of the programs, such as Youth Employment Agency, Opportunities, Industrialization, Center Ghana, Youth in Agriculture Program, Rural Enterprises Program, Nation Builders Corp, a World Bank report found that data to provide guidance on how to improve them was either limited or unavailable. The government of Ghana is introducing $1 billion Ghana cedis, about 141 million US dollars employment program dubbed YouStart, with the hope of arresting the worsening situation of youth employment in our country. It is at this background that the Buelah community, among other things, decided to create an innovation creativity department. And this is novelty, if not Ghana, probably the entire world. A department that is set up only to look at innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. That department is to train, groom, and nurture young professionals to venture into their various fields of occupation. Buelah land to us is a center of influence, not only for our spiritual life, but all aspects of our life. Our theme for this year's ICE is raising godly entrepreneurs amidst the current global crisis. Friends, faith-driven entrepreneurs are an integral and critical piece of how God is working in the world. The clearer examination of the importance of faith-driven entrepreneurship and the marks of a successful faith-driven entrepreneur are critical as we look to encourage and invest in these culture makers that God is using to renew and restore all things. A faith-driven entrepreneur is an active participant in bringing about of God's kingdom on earth as it is in heaven. Transformation happens in the marketplace. It happens when we can love our partners, our vendors, our customers, our employees in such a way that points to a God who loves us, who gave the ultimate sacrifice for us, and who we might know, love, and serve, bringing joy to ourselves and others. Faith-driven entrepreneurs are the co-authors of this transformation. Grasping the importance of faith-driven entrepreneurship is important everywhere, both in the West and also in our part of the world. Before we go probably to the next phase, I would want to present to you 5 marks of a faith-driven entrepreneur. Number 1. Identity. If you identify
I would like to acknowledge them. Hope Channel also. I would like to also acknowledge you, Instagram. I also like to acknowledge them as well. Let's give them a round of applause as they are watching us live. Amidst NAS or NAS Amidst is also here with us. Let us see your hands and then give you a round of applause as well. Great, great. So we are going to interact with ourselves. So the one beside you, get to know the person beside you, get to know who he or she is, and then interact for like 2 minutes whilst we go to the next section. So let's go on. Interact with the one beside you for 2 minutes. Get to know the person. Who knows, you might meet him somewhere. So establish that friendship, establish that connection. Yes.
The Buelah Seventh-day Adventist Church, in collaboration with Ellen, Gilead, Berean, Chrysolite, and Peniel SDA churches, presents the Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Conference 2022 under the theme Raising Godly Entrepreneurs.
Honorable John Ampotu Yakuma, the Deputy Minister of Finance and then MP Ejusu.
All right, so we'll be video. Hello. He's currently, the whole of the week, he was in Paris. He arrived just this early morning, and he said, look, I will record my message and send to you, though we just arrived. So 5 minutes, let's listen to the message from the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance.
Hello. I wish to specially welcome everybody to this ICE conference. ICE conference is about innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. And I want to especially thank the SDA Church and its leadership for their love and concern for youth programs and activities like this. I am sorry that I cannot join you in person, but I am very happy to share this moment with you, and especially in these global difficult times and periods that we are in. Many young people sometimes are not clear about their path to a prosperous future. We know that job opportunities are limited, especially in the public sector, and so many young people after school are not sure on their career path. I want to take this opportunity to encourage you to look within yourself, to identify the innovative potentials in you, and understand that government is prepared to partner with you and to work with you to build and nurture that business idea and concepts that you can innovate so that you can become a successful entrepreneur. In the light of this, government is about to launch a very special youth intervention program called the YouStart. YouStart aims at unleashing entrepreneurs in the Ghanaian economy, and I encourage you to be one. We intend to create 1 million jobs in the next 3 years through the private sector. And government is happy to announce about 10 billion cedis facility, which can be accessed either through the commercial model with the banks and participating financial institutions, or through the district entrepreneurship program, which will be implemented through GEA and the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and many, many other youth institutions in our country. Take opportunity of the many young people sometimes are not clear about their path to a prosperous future. We know that job opportunities are limited, especially in the public sector, and so many young people after school are not sure on their career path. I want to take this opportunity to encourage you to look within yourself, to identify the innovative potentials in you, and understand that government is prepared to partner with you and to work with you to build and nurture that business idea and concepts that you can innovate so that you can become a successful entrepreneur. In the light of this, government is about to launch a very special youth intervention program called the YouStart. YouStart aims at unleashing entrepreneurs in the Ghanaian economy, and I encourage you to be one. We intend to create 1 million jobs in the next 3 years through the private sector. And government is happy to announce about 10 billion cedis facility, which can be accessed either through the commercial model with the banks and participating financial institutions, or through the district entrepreneurship program, which will be implemented through GEA and the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and many, many other youth institutions in our country. Take opportunity of the offer from government and believe that your future is in your hands. And when you can put your ideas together, government is prepared to walk the path with you to ensure that you become successful. My advice to young people is to stay focused, be disciplined, and believe that your dream of a prosperous future rests in your own bosom. Be bold and take initiatives. Believe in your innovative concepts, and government is prepared to partner with you. God bless you all for the opportunity. Thank you.
So, Randy, please pick one for us quickly. And as we get ready for the our first presentation.
Okay, so who is the second lucky one? Pastor Osei Kofi.
So, hey.
Wow.
Pastor is the lucky one.
Pastor.
I'm sure, Pastor, you prayed very well this morning.
Yes, you did.
So Pastor has won himself for a life-size pizza. Pastor, how many are the members of your family?
We are 7.
7. Then you can consume a life-size. Thank you, and God bless you for coming. So you get your. So thank you very much, and more grace moments time will come. At this time, we are going to invite our first speaker, and he is amazing speaker. Because of we've made some few changes to the program, so we'll have our first speaker, Mr. Terry Afram. Terry is born and raised in Amsterdam, and he has enjoyed excelling in sales transactions across the globe. Terry has over 13 commercial experience and attributes his commercial gift to God's grace and his Kwewu heritage. You know, Kwewu people are business people. So Terry is here. Friends, Terry started working as an investment banker with Goldman Sachs at the Mergers and Acquisitions Division, where he was tasked with the identification of growth opportunities for businesses ready to acquire and to be acquired. Terry had a strong career in pure sales and selling anything. So this morning, Terry is going to take us through personal branding and sales. And we call it Sales 101. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Terry Afram, coming all the way from Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Keep on clapping, keep on clapping. All right. So first of all, thank you so much for having me this morning. I hope you're doing excellently. How are you doing this morning? I want energy. How are you doing this morning? Exactly. And today we are speaking about raising godly entrepreneurs amidst the current global crisis. And the beautiful thing about a crisis, the beautiful thing about a crisis is that the crisis is the best place to start something new. A crisis breeds creativity. Many people became very rich in crises. It's crises that change people's lives. Right, so it's all about perspective. You can look at crisis in a particular way, lament about it, be all gloomy and doomy, but you can also see it as an opportunity to change your life. Today we'll be speaking about faith and fortune. By the grace of God, I am where I am because of the grace of God. And today I'll be leading you through what I believe is my gift, which is sales. Next slide, please. Okay, I can actually do it myself. Perfect. So this is one of my quotes. A great salesperson with a bad product will still outsell a bad salesperson with a great product. How many people know that's true? Hands. So how many people agree? Hands. So how many people disagree? So what does the rest think? So we'll do it one more time. A great salesperson with a bad product will still outsell a bad sales product person with a great product. How many people agree? And how many people disagree? Okay. I see more energy. Excellent. Sales is a very important skill. So this is my bio. I was born and raised in the Netherlands, as you can hear from my accent. You hear a bit of shishigige. I'll teach you one Dutch word today before I leave. And it's called gezellig. So say it after me. Gezellig. Very good, very good. One more time. Gezellig. Wow. You guys sound like you have been to the Netherlands before, but let's clap for yourself, actually. Yes. Yes, so I was born and raised in the Netherlands to Kwewu parents. My parents are from a bombing Kwewu, something I pride myself by, because obviously, Kwewus, we do business. So that's what I've been eating for breakfast, for lunch, and for dinner. It's been imprinted in my life ever since my umbilical cord was cut from my mother, that you have to do sales, and you have to do selling, you have to do business. So here I am. I started in football, actually. So I started playing football semi-professionally in the Netherlands. I did it for 12 years. But when I saw that wasn't the path that God had for me, I started studying. So I studied at the Erasmus University in Rotterdam, and I did a bachelor's in economics and business, and a master's in finance. After my master's in finance, I started working with an American firm called Goldman Sachs. How many people know Goldman Sachs? Hands. Exactly. So it's a global American firm, which is known for its strong global position in the financial industry. After Goldman Sachs, I became the country managing director for Jumia Food. How many people know Jumia? Hands, please. Exactly. So Jumia is still the largest tech firm that we have on the continent. And that's where I started working after my time at Goldman Sachs. That's also the first time I came and actually properly moved to Ghana. So I'm in Ghana now. I'm settled. I'm with you guys. I'm here. We are all together. Amen. Clap for us. Clap for us. Yes. So now I run a company called Bridge Partners. And Bridge Partners is a company that produces linkages between the West, as in Western Europe and West Africa. We help companies get from one side to the other, and also do sales trainings as we're doing right now. And I also own a clothing brand called Ginger. So what I'm wearing is one of our creations. It's a luxury clothing brand, and we have a small factory in Accra. So here I am. This is me a few years ago. I think this is 7 years ago, at a bank in Johannesburg. And at the bank, I was at the lowest rank as an analyst, right? And I went from analyst to country managing director at the largest tech firm of the continent. How is that possible? How was that possible? The answer lies in sales. You have to be able to brand yourself a particular way in order to be seen and to be given opportunities, right? And I believe that because of the way, obviously it's God's grace, but then because of the way I branded myself and positioned myself and sold myself, I was able to indeed get into that position from analyst somewhere at the bottom of the value chain to being the director of a company with 123 people that I had to lead. And by the grace of God, because of sales, the sales skills, we've won many awards. So we won the CMG e-commerce award in 2019, 2018. We have been recognized by government, we've been recognized by other institutions, all because of sales. This is a Bible text that I love so much. A man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men. Proverbs 18:16. And it's true. Each and every person sitting in this room was born with a gift. Do you agree? Each and every person was born with a gift. And a gift is a combination of things that you like and that you're good at. God has put particular things in you that only you have. There's a reason why you were put on this earth. There's particular issues and problems that you are the one to solve. There's no one else but you that can solve particular problems. And it's your gift that will make room for you. So it's all about finding this particular gift and leveraging this particular gift. But each and every one has a gift from God. For me, this gift was sales. As I told you, I've been selling anything and everything. From TVs, to audio sets, to energy contracts, to vitamins, to newspaper, to toilet paper, to even lingerie. Emma Dross. Tell your neighbor, Emma Dross. According to Oton, Emma Dross. Tell your neighbor. Everything. Because sales is a skill. If you can sell anything. It doesn't matter what it is, you will be able to sell it. And so these are a few pictures from my time in sales, newspapers, TVs. And as the scripture said, a man's gift makes room for him and brings him before great men. So because of this sales gift, I was able to indeed get connected to the president. So this is the president, the prime minister of the Netherlands, Jan-Peter Balkenende, the one in the third picture. And the fourth picture, you can't see it properly, but that's the current prime minister of the Netherlands. Because of this sales gift, I was able to get through to them and even sell them particular products and services. And so we're now going to go through the sales process. What is this sales process? I've coined a 4-letter word that explains what I believe are the main and key areas you have to leverage in a sales process. Say ASA. Exactly. So this is the 4-letter word that will explain everything I want you to know about sales. The first word is appreciate. Appreciate. The word appreciate has two connotations. It has two meanings. Appreciate means to understand something. You appreciate what is happening. You appreciate the product. So you understand. And the second connotation for appreciate is to value something. If you appreciate something, you put a value to something. Are we together? And this is key to selling. Appreciation. This is one of the quotes live by. I will use my God-given abilities to do the seemingly impossible. Appreciation starts with yourself. Appreciating yourself. Appreciating yourself as a child of God. Appreciating yourself as God's prized possession. Appreciating yourself as someone that is fearfully and wonderfully made. That's where everything starts. If you don't and value yourself, you wouldn't be able to sell. Appreciation is about knowing yourself, identifying your key strengths. Or what do I do relatively better than my neighbor? That's your key strength. If you don't identify that, you wouldn't be successful. That's the key to success. Understanding who you are, your true identity. Who am I? What do I have? And then after knowing yourself, it's about valuing yourself. I value myself. God has put me here on earth for XYZ reasons, and I'm supposed to be here, and I am the one to solve particular issues. You know, valuing yourself and knowing yourself comes with you also putting yourself a mandate to solve particular problems. Ownership. If you understand that you are the one with a particular gift, you would also understand that God has put you here on earth to solve particular, peculiar problems to you. And confidence sells. Confidence sells a lot. You know, when you are confident, when you are free, when you can look people in the eye, it's very easy to take things from you. You know, you have to be able to look people in the eye and be assured. No one will sell anything from you if you yourself don't even believe in the product or believe in yourself. But if I look you in the eye and I can look you in the eye without any fear, because I know that you're supposed to be strong, God has made you many good things, you will buy from me. Or wouldn't you buy from me? Oh, buy from me or wouldn't you buy from me? So it starts with you valuing yourself and making sure that everyone understands that you also value yourself and you are sure about what you're doing and who you are. Then after valuing yourself, thank you very much. Yeah, this is much better. So after valuing yourself, understanding yourself, and also valuing yourself, it's very important to valuing your product and knowing your product. Right? Let's say you're selling something to someone. If you are not sure about your product, why should the person you're selling towards be? So you have to know who you are, that's first, and also know what you are offering. What value are you offering someone? A key example, I was speaking about it with my fellow guests in the room in the back. Something like plantain, roasted plantain. What is the name, the local name for roasted plantain? I haven't heard it yet. What is the local street name for roasted plantain? Exactly, Kofi Brogman. Why is it called Kofi Brogman? Can someone explain to me? Anyone? I told you, be confident. So I want to see hands. Who can explain?
It's for the common man who doesn't have money, so everyone can buy it.
Thank you very much. Please give him an applause. I'm not saying whether it's the right answer or not the right answer, but I'm just saying give him an applause. So, is there any other explanations? Why is roasted plantain called Kofi Brogman? Anyone? Oh, if you answer this question, you'll be able to win money. 100 cedis. Still not? Okay, then I'll come to you. Yes, and if you look away, I'll come to you. Why is Coffee Broke Man called Coffee Broke Man?
It's not attractive.
Not attractive. Okay, clap for her. Clap for her. So, I've gone to two people, and you can already see where the problem is. Coffee Broke Man is nothing else than roasted plantain, nutritious plantain, full of potassium, full of vitamin. It's an excellent product, very nutritious, more nutritious than many of the other foods that we do value. But we have put a particular brand on it, Coffee Broke Man, which is crazy. Because if you think about it, it's a very nutritious product. And we do this with so many of our products and services. And I'm not someone to create division and everything, but it's our own products that foreigners come to Ghana to value, to prepackage, and to make so much money outside, and to loan us money at high interest rates. It's the same products, right? So it's all about valuing who you are, valuing your product. So why don't we shift our mindset? Instead of us calling it Coffee Broke Man, let's call it Coffee Rich Man, or Coffee Potassium, or Coffee Vitamin, or Coffee Vegan. You know, this particular product, for instance, the way I would brand it, I would say it's a vegan product. Across the globe right now, there's particular catchphrases. People don't eat meat as much anymore, especially in the West. If you have any product, and you can tell them there's no meat in this product, it will sell. There's a particular catchphrase called vegan. Everything that's vegan goes super hard. So we are sitting on a gold mine, but it's all about us switching our minds and valuing what we have. God has allowed us to have plantain in abundance. Why are we calling it Coffee Broke Man? Why do we believe it's not attractive? Right? So it's all about us, first of all, valuing ourselves. Everyone speaks tree? Every now and then I want to, put some tree in such that you guys will see that me too, me catch tree. That's right. It's all about valuing yourself and what you have. That's the first thing. Then the second and even most important thing is valuing your prospect, knowing your clients. Who are you dealing with? Who do you have in front of you? Right? If you are selling towards someone, inexperienced salespersons start talking, telling the client everything that they have. Okay, I want to see. Do we have entrepreneurs in the room? Hands. Anyone that's an entrepreneur, please show by hands. Anyone in the room that's an entrepreneur? Please show by hands. All right. So I'll ask you, what kind of product do you sell?
I sell money.
Sorry?
I sell money. Yes.
Wow.
I sell money.
You sell money. Okay, could you explain a bit further?
Yes, I give micro loans to petty traders. So I sell money.
Excellent. Please clap for her, clap for her, clap for her, clap for her. I need another product though. I need another product. Yes.
I sell chicks, poultry chicks.
Chicks?
Yeah, they would.
Excellent. Clap for him, clap for him.
I manufacture footwear, example, sandals, slippers, shoes, and sell them.
Excellent, thank you so much. Please clap for him. So right now, we have identified a few products. Let's start with the last one. He sells footwear. Let's say he's dealing with a client. An inexperienced salesman will start speaking about the product right away. Or it's made of leather, or it's this, or it's that, or it is in these colors. But meanwhile, you haven't engaged your client. You don't know who you are selling towards. See, one anecdote I always use in each and every of my trainings is a particular moment where I sold a 16,000 euro TV. That's right now around 110,000 Ghana cedis for just a TV in the Netherlands. This TV had anything and everything. It's the TV of the future. Back then, 4K was new. 4K, HD, this, that. You could speak to the TV, you clap and it goes on. It has 3D, it has a camera, it had everything. So I was engaging this couple, an elderly couple. They came to the store, And we were talking. And I never spoke about 3D. I never spoke about the fact that there's 4K. I never spoke about the fact that you could speak to it. I only spoke about the fact that this is the TV that has one remote control for both the audio and the channels. And that was the only reason why they put down 16,000 euros for a TV. An inexperienced salesperson will talk about every single aspect of the TV, but you don't even know your customer. And everything a customer is looking for is for you to solve their problems. So if the customer doesn't have a problem with not having 3D and you talk about 3D, the customer will even believe that he's paying for something he doesn't need. So you always have to engage your customers, talk to them. A great salesman is the one that talks the least. If you are in my team and you're a salesman and you talk too much, you can't be working with me. Because in the end, you need the information. If you talk to someone, you'll know where the value is of the person. Let's say right now, the gentleman in the back that sells shoes, let's say he's dealing with a particular prospect, and the prospect, for instance, says, oh, the shoes that he's been buying and the shoes he's been walking on give him pains, right? So it doesn't necessarily have any shock-absorbing propensities. And let's say his shoe has shock-absorbing propensities. You shouldn't talk about anything else but just the shock-absorbing propensities, because that's the problem of his client. That's the very, very important thing that I'm trying to explain. Know your product, but also know your customer. Know where the value is. Know where the problem is with your customer. And just focus on just the value of the customer. You'll be able to sell anything and everything. Are we together still? All right. So indeed, the most important sales skill is to listen. Then after listening, you have to sympathize. So it's not enough to just listen. You have to put yourself in the shoes of a customer, literally. Try to feel the pain of the customer. Because if you feel the pain of the customer, you'll be able to provide a better solution. Actually care. And it's even biblical. What does the Bible say? Love your neighbor. There you go. If you really love your neighbor as yourself, you put yourself in your neighbor's shoes and you understand where the neighbor has pain and solve the problems for the neighbor. That's how you make sales. Truly. If you don't understand, sometimes you'll go to a shop and they don't even mind you. You'll never even buy something from them because you believe and you know that they don't understand your problem. So even if they recommend something to you, since they don't sympathize with you, you don't believe they understand you, you will never buy from them. So sympathize. And no one wants to be sold anything. It's very, very comfortable to be advised, right? We all want to take advice. Can you advise me to take X, Y, or Z? It's much better to be advised than to be sold, because you know that the person's trying to sell you is just trying to make money. He doesn't care about you. But if you're a salesman, you should never give your prospect that feeling. You should give your prospect the feeling that you're standing next to him, watching the options and choosing what is perfect for your customer. Once you get that assurance with the customer will sell and buy everything from you because he believes that you are for his good or for her good. You're standing there in her favor, basically. Then serve. The graces among you will serve. Again, it's biblical. We're now speaking about raising godly entrepreneurs amidst the current global crisis. And these are sales skills that are taught in the secular world. But it's all in the Bible. Serve. Servant leadership. The more money you serve, or the more people you serve, the more money you make. That's it, truly. I mean, we have one of the greatest entrepreneurs even of the country in the room. Captain Amabe. I think we can even give him an applause right now. Before he started UT, there were not too many banks that served customers in a way they can get quick loans. I think one of the catchphrases was a quick loan within 48 hours. Within 2 days, you can get a loan. So he was serving the customer. He was looking at the pain points of customers and serving the customers a solution. Serving. If you serve, the more people you serve, the more money you make. Then you have to avail yourself, right? So availing yourself means you have to make yourself available for your customer. It doesn't end with the sale. They've given you money and that's it. No. You always have to think long term. You have to think about creating clients rather than creating sales. Because sales will feed you for a day, but clients will feed you for a lifetime. Again, sales will feed you for one day, clients will feed you for a lifetime. If you have a good relationship with your clients, they trust you, you understand them, trust me, they will come back and come back and come back, and they will do the marketing for you. It's the cheapest marketing. There's no need to do no billboards. There's no need to do radio. There's no need to do newspapers. They are the ones that are going to sell your product for you because you have a relationship with them. You have availed yourself for them. You are serving them. So again, that's the sales process. We have the A for appreciate. Then the S for serve. Sympathize. Very good. Then the S for, and then the A for, very good. Thank you so much. God bless you. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put it together for Terry Afram. Thank you, Terry. We'll put you on the panel so that they can throw the questions in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Terry. We are going to take the second presentation. And we have our mother, my mother as well. And I'm sure she's ready. She's ready for us. Our next speaker is Dr. Irene Stella Ejenim Boateng. She's a highly qualified CS suite, Human Resource Management Executive, offering over 31 years postgraduate professional working experience. Out of these years, our mother Stella has spent 17 plus years in senior leadership roles at directorship levels. Today, our mother is the advisor, Office of the Chief Executive, Volta River Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our mother, Dr. Stella Ejenim Boateng, as she mounts the stage. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping,
a round of applause,
keep clapping,
keep clapping
till she gets here.
Up here.
Keep clapping.
Keep clapping, please.
Keep clapping.
So good morning, everyone. Whilst it's being sorted, I want to say that I'm quite excited that I've been invited to this important program. And for me as a person, anything that has to do with the youth, I'm quite excited about, because our business as Christians is to continue to give back to society and to give back to those that God has put in our hands to support. And so when I was called to be part of this program, I was quite excited. And just by way of a little intro, I'm sure that what they saw, maybe it's an old one, but that's okay. But just to say that before I took up this advisor role, as advisor to the chief executive of VRA, I am the immediate past, just about a month ago, immediate past deputy chief executive for VRA, the Volta River Authority. But I retired just a month ago, so I'm not that young. And I had the privilege of being asked to take up another appointment as the advisor to the chief executive. I'm sure that they are trying to sort out, oh, okay, it's sorted this way. So one of the things that really has been on my heart all the time. Am I seeing Mr. Mwabe? Yes, so this is your own Stella. Yes, so we actually served on a board together, Vodafone Ghana Foundation board. Yes, so he's a very good friend. One thing that I have actually been very concerned about when it comes to youth development, especially career-wise, it's how our youth are actually positioned to take up their careers, work through their careers, and actually be at the apex of their careers. A lot of the time, people settle for just anything. And it is because we as adults, or those of us who have been given that opportunity, never take up the chance to build our youth. And so what I'm going to talk about today, it's about who I refer to as the millennials. And you know, so the young people who are either looking for jobs today, or who are already in jobs today, or who want to build their careers. And I'm positioned to talk about this because for my 36 years of active service after graduation, I have been an HR professional. And so I have actually seen it where, you know, people need to put in a little more, but perhaps they don't have or they haven't been exposed to what they need to do. And so the topic that I'm going to talk about is aligning these millennials, young people, aligning them to the world of work. What the businesses are expecting, how you need to position yourself to take advantage of whatever opportunities that come up. And so we talk about the millennials, and I think that this is a very good description of who you are or we are. I'm not sure I'm one of them, but I mean, I think my mind tells me I am. But who are they? These are the people that I call the Facebookers, the Twitters, you know, the Instagrammers, the whatever. The people who have actually acquainted themselves with social media of today and who are using social media to access certain opportunities and others using it, you know, not for the good that you would have expected. And so when I look at the room, I can see a lot of the young people, I can see, you know, middle-aged people, I can see adults. And I think that wherever or whoever you are, it's either directly we are speaking to you, or we are speaking to you to speak to a child or a youth that you know, or you have an experience that eventually you can also share with the people who are gathered here. And so these are the people that we are going to talk about today. And so when we talk about the millennials, who are they? They are the digital natives. You talk about digitalization, we call them Generation Y. These are people who were born within the 1980s, you know, up to now. They form that group of people that we are going to talk about. And when you talk about the millennials, how have they or should they position themselves when it comes to working environment? This is very important because some of us are not able to disassociate our social life or, you know, other environmental conditions from the world of work. And that has been detrimental to our growth and our career development. And so how are we expecting the millennials to position themselves? But before we get into that, I think that it's important for us to understand certain characteristics of these millennials, these young people, the youth that we want to support today. What are some of the characteristics? And I'll just mention a couple of them. Most of you are more exposed today than the Generation X or those before you. I mean, I keep telling people that in our time, in Ghana, we had only 3 universities. Only 3. So you were either, you know, University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, or University of Science and Technology. Nothing more. And so your exposure was limited to this, you know, group of people. But today, what do we see? You have so many of them, and you have so much to learn from each other. I mean, I don't think that in our time, anything like mobile phone was even in our dreams. I mean, you necessarily have to go to the library to pick a book, and the book could be just one. And if you are not lucky and somebody decides that that book, a history book that you need, he goes to put it at the chemistry session so that he alone knows where it is to be able to go for it when he needs it. You see how you struggle. But today, when you talk about the millennials, without even you going to a physical library, you still have a library in your hand. That is one of the characteristics. You are technologically savvy. You are more inclined to using technology than the past generations. Again, this is a group of people who are very, very outspoken. They will want to say it, but as to how and where they say it, sometimes it's a challenge. But they are restless people. Very restless. Not always in the wrong sense, but in the fact that they are not used to repetitive activities. They always want something different. They always want to, move from here to here. They always think that the grass is greener at the other side. But they can be very confident as well. And, image driven. Now, before they can, they go out, they go for class, they do anything, they really want to look at how they look. Because today, even this program, I'm sure it's being streamed live. So the next moment, you are thinking of, how do I look like going into another function? Is anybody going to look at the same shoes that I wore yesterday? And so that is the kind of mindset. But they are also global people. There are people who will sit here, and right here in this room, they may be communicating with other people globally across the world. And that is the kind of people that the workplace is dealing with. I've always said it to my people that we cannot always continue to look at the youth and this young generation as having nothing to contribute to the world of work. Because whether we like it or not, that is the labor population that we have. And so it is for us as adults to try and position them so that they can be useful to industry, they can be useful to the businesses, and they can be useful to our nation. And so these are some of the characteristics. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through everything. But basically, it is to let you know that these are the kind of people that we are talking about, the way you are, and how does that help in the world of work. And so to position you, we also need to juxtapose that to what businesses are, or the element of businesses of today. The businesses of today are looking at cost consciousness. Businesses are not charities. Any business that comes up and it is not a non-profit organization obviously means that it's looking for profit. And if a business is looking for profit, they need people who are very diligent in what they do so that they can cut on cost and still achieve maximum, outcomes. People who can bring in revenue. And I was listening to Terry and, all his expositions on sales, etc. Indeed, the point is that there is a profit-oriented mindset at the end of the day. He sells with the right attitude, he sells with the right element, but he sells with a view that he can keep a customer and make something out of it. And that is what businesses are looking for. Businesses today are very competitive because you have multiplicity of businesses running basically same kind of product, etc. How would that business position itself to make sure that they are delivering the best for their customers? And so every business is looking for competition. I mean, again, I'll go into the times, of old, where if you talked about telecommunication, for instance, in this nation, I mean, if you go beside Ghana Telecom, where else would you be? That was about the only telecommunication organization in this country until the government decided to liberalize that environment. And then we have competition. Today, everybody is looking at how they can satisfy their customers and create a sticky customers, a loyal customer that will give. So that is what businesses are looking for. Businesses are looking for performance-driven employees. They are not looking for people who just come and sign up their names and then, check out. They are looking to compensate performance and not presence. So it is not just the presentation of your body as being one of the people in the organization that is going to make you move up on the career ladder. You are looking at performance. They are looking at defined business culture. So if your culture the attitude, the behavior that as a young person you have been socialized into, and you go into the world of work with that same kind of socialization, with that same kind of attitude, then you are not going to really find it easy in that environment. Sometimes it even prevents some of you from even getting access to even start certain jobs. And those are some of the things that businesses are looking for. In businesses today, there is nothing like succession cast in stone. It's not like once saved, always saved. No. So where you get into, so for some of you who are already working, perhaps you have gotten into situations where you think that when this person is not there, I am the next person. There is nothing like that. In businesses of today, they are looking at your performance, which is historical. They are looking at your potential, which is the future. It is only a combination of your performance and your potential that really drives the agenda of where you can be, the succession. And so you don't go in with a certain fixated mindset that in this organization, after this year, this person will go, then that person will come, then I will come, and therefore I can just, close my eyes, I can decide not to do what I'm supposed to do, but it will get to my turn. If young people have that kind of mindset, I'm disabusing your minds today to say that businesses of today are looking for performance-driven people and not people who will just want to wait till it is their turn. Because nobody has a bona fide, to any position in any organization today. And so when we look at this positioning, what businesses are looking for, the characteristics of the young people, now what I call the watch out, and that is where I'm actually laying the emphasis on in this presentation. There are 3 key areas that I have picked that I want us to quickly look at. So I am looking at your career choices and some of the common mistakes that young people or, employees generally make. And then I will look at attitude, which is a key thing for me, and I believe for all those who are gathered here. And then I'll also look at managing upwards. And I think I should have done something. I was debating whether I should wait for the MCs to do that, but my mind tells me I have to do that. I'm actually here with my husband, and I should have introduced him. So he's right there at the back. That's my husband, Elder Jenim Boateng. So those of you who know him, he's here. He's also a speaker, and that is why initially I thought that I shouldn't. So these are the 3 areas that we are going to look at. Your career choices, your attitude at the workplace, and how you manage upwards. That is how you manage your bosses. Because that has been one of the biggest problems that people have. People cannot relate to those who are up there. But remember that one day you are going to be there. And if that is your aspiration, then you need to start to know how to manage them. So let's start with the first one. We are talking about career choices. I always tell people that when we are in school, and I'm sure most of you in school, if there was no topic at all that you liked, because I've been a lecturer, I've been an adjunct lecturer and all that, so I know. When we start talking about SWOT analysis, who hasn't heard about SWOT analysis before? Okay, let me put it more positively. Who has heard about SWOT analysis? I can see all the hands up. Great. And the question I put to people is that in trying to make a choice when it comes to career, have you ever thought about a personal SWOT? Your own analysis of yourself. What do you think, in all honesty, are your strengths? In all honesty, what do you think are your weaknesses? And in the career choice that you want to make, what are the opportunities that are available to you? And what are the threats? So that with that kind of mindset, you are able to work to consolidate your strengths, to fix your weaknesses, take advantage of opportunities, and ward off any threats. But basically, most people just walk into jobs, you walk into positions without analyzing whether I have the strength to go on with this. And if I don't, what is going to help me? Who is going to help me? And so in making your career choice, I'm saying here that you need to build your career triangle. This career triangle is saying that know yourself, know who you are, and understand whether the job available or the aspirations you have really match what you are capable of doing. And today, businesses are not just looking at good people, because everybody is good, all things being equal. If it is qualification, you all have the qualification. If it is age, it is on your side. Businesses are looking for great people, because a good person, as far as career concerns, is just an average person. And when you want to look for talent, you are looking for great talent. So know what you are good at and what you are great at, so that you can work on that. Again, you are talking about exploring or building your capabilities. This is where issues about internship, volunteering work, etc. come in. But now, you have young people in school who bring you letters saying that I want to do my internship. And they have made it look like internship is an extension of vacation. They have made it look as internship is just a nice to have on a CV. And so they get into the businesses, and when they are challenged to do some work, they feel, oh, I'm only an intern. And if you start with that kind of mentality, you are not able to build your capabilities. And so that is something you need to watch. And then you need to be somebody who is prepared to ask questions. Position yourself such that you can get support. I have people who will come to you and tell you, I want you to be my mentor. And you ask, which area? I mean, in what? And it's like, oh, I like you, so I want you to be my mentor. Mentorship is something else that we can talk about another day. But it does not mean that you just walk to anyone and say, what is your aspiration? And that person who you want to be your mentor, what does the person have that you lack, that you think that that person could be a possible solution for you to build your career? And in building your career or making your career choice, remember that your career plans must always be in sync with organizational aspirations. The reason an organization has decided to employ you is because they think that you have a certain quality that they will require for business growth. And therefore, if you have your personal aspirations, which everybody should have, you must always make sure that at least it is in sync with organizational aspiration. However, if you realize that the organizational aspirations are not in tandem with your personal aspirations, you have the need, depending, two things that you can do. Either change to suit the exigencies of the times by building your capabilities more, or maybe you can decide to step out. Because remember that change is constant, but learning is ongoing. You can't stop change. Every day there is change of a sort. But if you stop learning, then you cannot meet the exigencies of the change. And so that is another tip for you in building your career. Again, I said that college degrees, university degrees that you have, it is not an automatic guarantee that you are going to have a successful career. Everybody sitting in this room may be out there. The first class people are there, the second uppers are there. If it is just about you being a first class student and dangling your certificate, and that alone is a guarantee for you to be successful in your career, then I think you may be in a dreamland. Many other things go into that. And for young people, you are getting into careers because you are following people, and I call it follow the crowd mentality. We are all in school, we move along with our friends. Sometimes we decide to do certain courses because our friends are doing it. We do this because it is nice. We want to go to this particular school because that is when you can showcase that you are that. But if you continue to follow the crowd at the workplace, then you are in trouble. Follow your passion. What are you great at? What is it that brings you that joy? What are you good at doing? As against following people. And when you believe in yourself, then you will love what you are doing. And as Steve Jobs said, the only way to do great work is to love what you do. I can imagine, especially those of us in Accra, sitting in traffic for 2 hours, 2.5 hours to get to your workplace. If you actually don't love what you are doing, I can imagine how strenuous it will be waking up and struggling to get out of bed, only to go and sit in traffic, to go and sit for 8 hours doing something that you don't love. And so, in making your career choice, it's not about what everybody is doing. It's about what will really make you happy. And these are some of the common career mistakes that we have. People get into organizations, and there is a need for organizational strategy to change, and therefore they need to make certain, changes within the organization. They resist the change. They resist, certain movements because this is what I want to do. That is what in future, that is what I've told you, that organizations have their own aspirations, just as you as an individual you have. And until those two are thinking, remember that the organizational aspirations take precedence over your personal aspiration. Another mistake is compromises. Young people get into organizations and they make all kinds of compromises. And it is so sad to see young women especially who have the brains, who have the credibility that they need to protect. They get to the workplace and they think that the only way they can make it to the top is to be compromising and do things that are so unfavorable, that are so inappropriate, things that as Christians we will not be able to talk about. And it is because, and I'm using young ladies for now, I know some young men may be doing other things, but I'm using the young ladies for now because some people have been socialized, some young women have been socialized to think that any woman who makes it to the top must have used some kind of uncompromising, inappropriate methods to get there. And so because you have that as a basic concept, whoever is pushing that idea, then the moment you get in there, you think that that is how you have to make it to get to the top. I can assure you that there are credible women with integrity who have actually worked through to get to positions without compromising. And therefore, I want to see your femininity as a young woman is not on sale. You are not selling your femininity. And therefore, you don't go thinking that you want to compromise here and there. I tell you, the moment you start compromising, the game is over. Because you have to continue compromising till you cannot do it anymore. And remember that the person that you compromise with may not be the person who has the authority to even give you what you want. What do? Go to the next person and compromise. And so I am pushing this idea because I see it happening, especially young people who come for national service. And then people keep promising them left, right, center, that they are going to give them jobs after national service. What do you have to do? Do X, Y, Z. Readily you are there doing it. And then national service period is over. You start looking left, right, center. That is when you realize that that person had not the iota of authority to do that. You would have already sold your femininity. What do? Young people, make the right career choices and don't make these common mistakes. Again, some of you young people have a certain concept, what I call ability versus willingness. Some of you have the ability, but you are so unwilling to do the mundane activities that actually help to grow you. Some of us, even from university, have done so many little things at the workplace, just to make sure that you understand the business. And I use myself as an example where after university, where everybody felt, and in those times, like I said, if you are really a graduate, it was a nice thing, right? And, to be a woman graduate, it was really, really nice. And so you need to work like that. And you get a boss who says that every meeting that I go to, I want you to go and be the recorder. And your colleagues, your own friends will tell you, what is that? Have you forgotten you are a graduate? And then, you are just following somebody and then taking notes. And one thing that I always told myself was that if there is any way I can learn well about this business, and I started my career in telecommunication, full of engineers, if there is any way I can understand the telecommunication business, it is good for me to be in such high-powered meetings, young as I was, so that in taking the notes, I will understand what they are talking about. Sometimes I'll go in, I'll just write the notes like anything without any understanding. I'll come back to my boss when I have to put it, in proper shape. And I'll say, they are talking about, the switch and the transmission and this and that and, the MDF, etc. I don't understand. And then he will sit me down. Because I'm going to write the report for them, he will sit me down, explain it to me. It takes years. I started attending World Bank meetings, etc., at a very tender age in terms of my career. And by the time that the opportunity came for somebody to be at the topmost in HR, at that time, I became the first woman because I understood the business and I was able to apply it. And at the age of 38, I was already a director. And that is when colleagues will start making certain inferences. We all came together. So why? Yes. Maybe because she's always working with them. And that is when, if you are not careful, then you start thinking, maybe that is true. Why don't I start, going around? Ask questions and then don't make any such inferences. Because when you are not willing, even when you are able, nobody wants to give you that job. And you need to prepare your brand. I think Terry talked about personal branding. I mean, at the end of the day, as an employee of an organization, you are going to be the ambassador of that organization. I have worked in many institutions. I talked about Ghana Telecom. I was the HR director for Vodafone Ghana. I was a group director consultant for Glyco Group. Before I came to VRA, first as an HR director, moved on to be a deputy chief executive, and today an advisor. You think that with this, you are not a representative of your organization. Imagine being so shabby, looking so unappealing, and then you are talking about that organization. Immediately you have positioned the organization in a certain way. If you are a salesperson and you look that shabby and you want to sell your product to me, I just look at you like that and I'm thinking that the product will be as good or as bad as you look. And so your personal branding is very, very essential. Wanted to talk about is your attitude. And I'm saying that look at your attitude. You know yourself. Is it great? Is it good? Is it just okay? Is it poor or is bad? That's just a rhetorical question for you to answer. But if you want to build your career, with that same mindset, that same wrong mindset, then you aren't going anywhere. And so you need to have a good mindset. And by mindset, it means you need to unlearn certain things so that you can create space to learn that things. If you stuff your mind with all the wrong things, then even when there is space, so unlearn all the wrong things so that there's space to learn the rest. Because today, job for life is a dream. Nobody has job for life. So I want to go to this organization because there's security. So I can go and sleep and still I can and get job security. That is a dream. It won't happen. You'll be overtaken by events and then fixed working hours. If not, nothing at all, COVID has taught us that organizations are working virtually, etc., blending whatever. And so fixed jobs, fixed working hours, it's just a mirage. So you're a young person here and you say that why should I ask to work 7 o'clock when I'm supposed to work at 8? Hey, it's 5 o'clock for me, I'm going home. Work as close at 5. If that is the kind, because you think that my job is 8 to 5, and so anything before 8 or after 5 or on weekends, etc., and then you start throwing your hands about, then it means that you do not understand that fixed working hours in our modern times is just a mirage. Be prepared to open up for more jobs. And you need to have positive visibility and take full control of your career. I said that you are responsible for your relevance. Nobody is responsible for your relevance at the workplace. Don't assume your job is secure because the skill set that you have today, that is why continuous learning is important. The skill set that you have today, that everybody is looking for, that is in high demand. Tomorrow, it may be obsolete, and nobody will be looking for that. And so if you do not understand your perspective, and you do not prepare and grow your mind, then one day you wake up a very fine morning to realize that you have no job again. And so for those of us who are already working, this is very, very important. And if you have any expertise, showcase it. There are people who want to work to rule. It is only what has been assigned me on my job description. That is what I'm working on. And anything outside of that, they don't want to go there. I tell you that people have progressed in their careers, not so much because of even what their expertise and skill that brought them into the organizations are. And for instance, let me give you an example where sometimes you are doing a program at work, projects, and people have certain skills that you never knew. They get involved in those projects. They start exhibiting and showcasing what they have. You are running an event. You are going to pay so hugely for somebody to even be your MC and coordinate the event. Somebody comes up to say that, look, I think I can do it. Or somebody finds you to say, I think this person can do it. Now, because of those extracurricular but business-oriented expertise that you have, maybe the next time they need somebody, the role of a communication director becomes vacant. But you went there not as a communication director, but perhaps everybody thinks, no, he or she has what it takes. Let us just give a little training and we think that she can do it. Because of an activity that you had done that had nothing to do with the reason why you came into the organization. But most young people don't want that. This is my job description, and then you want to work to rule. That will not be helpful for you. The workplace persona, you need to understand. Every organization has got its culture. Know the culture of the organization. See how you can work to improve it, or if you have to align because it is a positive one, you do so. Because there are so many people dynamics in every organization, the informal groups. The small group that will say, hey, have you heard this? Hey, this one and that one are not talking. No. Hey, so you need to know and to be able to position yourself properly so that you don't fall victim to people's own clandestine activities. You may not be the reason, but when you fall to the right group, you are in trouble. And so you need to understand and invest in your network. Build a good network because your network is your net worth. The people you associate with, the people you know. Most of you have left universities. You have old school groups or whatever. You don't want to join. You have professional associations. You are not interested. You are rather interested in tweeting and showcasing everything on Facebook, etc. Get yourself involved and acquainted and associated with people who can support you. Because even in businesses, sometimes people get jobs based on references. And it is not wrong. Unfortunately, instead of seeing that, what didn't I do right? Say, hey, whom you know. Of course, if nobody knew me, would they call me here? So somebody must know you, but that somebody must be speaking right for you, and not necessarily because he knows you as, I like this person, I don't like. But I'm saying that when you are in the right place and people know what you can do, you come to church, you are showcasing what you can do. Somebody can make a reference that I think this lady, this gentleman can do this. And so you need to invest in your professional network and make sure that you are getting the right, support from there. The final thing I want to talk about is managing up, which is managing your bosses. And you get to organizations, right? And there are all kinds of differences. Different people, nobody is like you. So you need to know how to manage even across cultures. There are people in the organization, by virtue of who they are, their kind of communication may be direct, straight to the point. They tell you as it is and then they walk away. Some who are, will be indirect. They try to coax you into understanding. You need to know the people that you are working with and dealing with. And how would you position yourself to take the best out of that? You need to know how to work with time. There are people who are status-oriented. And so you need to know whether in that organization, people like to be called Madam, Sir, Chief, what? You need to understand. I worked in a multinational Vodafone where in that business, everybody calls everybody by first name. So I was always tell her. The chief executive was always Harris or Kyle or whoever. Sorry to say, and even the least person, in fact, even a national service person who could be even younger than your child will call you by your first name. And that is the culture of the organization. Some people initially found it very difficult to appreciate. Eventually you realize that you can't do anything. That is your kind of organization. But you may move into another place. I move into the public sector and Dr. Mrs. Madam Chief. And your name may not even come cry. Because there I can imagine somebody going to call another person, Terry, your wholesale director, my director. Sometimes it's not even the name. Please, director says. That is the culture. And you must not look down on that culture. Because, I remember in Vodafone when some of our salespeople or customer service people will, older people will come to the customer service points to deal with them. And then they start calling them, Kofi, maybe they are referring to Mr. Mwabin. He doesn't mind that, I know. But let's say a young, Kofi, I think that your bundle, blah, 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 blah. And then Kofi was and say, how dare you address me like that? And it's like, oh, you see, in this place, we call everybody by first name. That person is not part of your organization. You should understand and know where status, those who want to deal with hierarchies, with status, get into the organization and understand all that. Ethnicity. Don't get into an organization and start, as for me, in this office, I'm surrounded by only, then you mention, they are all Ashanti, so all these people around me are Kumasi people. And you see, and then they are... You won't get it because you don't understand the culture of the organization. And even the generational gap. Know the people because you are going there as millennials. There are people who have been there for 30-something years like myself. We are not millennials. What can you learn from them? What can they also learn from you? Are you going to throw your weight about because you are a graduate, thinking that the university gates were open for you to enter, and when you left, it was shut? So nobody has been there before and nobody is going to go there after you? That would be a wrong mindset. You need to manage your bosses by ensuring that you are partnering with them, working with them, and not working for them. Because the success of your boss is your success. And you need to know who they are, how they want, the expectations that they have of you. One thing that most bosses don't like is people, team members who always come to you with problems. They never have any solution to offer. Come with that problem in one palm, hold a certain recommended solution in the other, and then let's discuss. But if it is always, well, when you have a problem, then go, you are the big man, you are the big woman, solve it. Then you are not working with your bosses or with your leaders. And so when you don't do those things, there will be confusion in the organization. And so understand that the strongest species that survive, it is not the strongest species that survive, not the most intelligent, but the most responsive to change. And that is by Charles Darwin. So if you are responsive to change, then you will survive. You may be the most intelligent. You may not survive because you are unwilling to change. And you won't get anywhere when you want to sit comfortably, because growth and comfort are not bedfellows. You cannot expect to grow and still be comfortable. You will have to go through some kind of changes, some kind of pain. Okay? Because where there is growth, there is that discomfort. But where you are always only in your comfort zone, then comfort will produce complacency. And when you become complacent, you are on the road to extinction. And so remember that if you want to grow, you must be prepared to experience some pain. The skill set that you have today, the reason why somebody has employed you, remember that that skill set is just a service that you are producing. The employer is buying that. It's a product. The employer is buying it. The employer has the choice to buy from other people, and that is why you can even get your job terminated for somebody else to be employed if you don't know what you are doing and how you are doing it. And finally, let me just ask some of these questions. That do you appreciate feedback as young, people, millennials? And are you able to differentiate between assertiveness and arrogance? Sometimes you are being arrogant, plain as that is. But you say that, well, I'm an assertive person. Please check the difference between assertiveness and arrogance. You can be assertive without being arrogant. But some people always interchange that. And you see clear arrogance, and they tell you that they are being assertive. You will have a challenge. Are you meticulous? Do you pay attention to details? Are you somebody who knows how to be confidential? Blah, 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 blah. The next moment, everything is all over the place. You need to be able to zip up and release information on need-to-know basis. Again, do you have a mindset, a futuristic mindset, or a daily bread mindset? Are you working because you want, money today? Or you are thinking about building a career? These are some of the questions that you can ask yourself as young people. And so, you are talking about your aptitude, which is your knowledge. And I keep sharing this with everybody. The knowledge that you have, that is your aptitude. All right? So, your aptitude plus or minus your attitude is what will determine your altitude. How far you can go in your career is a combination of what you know and how you deliver what you know. So, if you are intelligent but you have the wrong attitude, I can assure you, you can't get up there. It may only help you to enter, but you cannot move up there. But if you also have the right attitude, but you are not prepared to learn, and you are making all the mistakes in the world, nobody will give you any challenging job. And so you need to have a combination of a good aptitude, a good attitude, and then your altitude. You can go as far as anywhere with God on your side. And let me say that opportunities will always come your way. But you see, when the opportunity comes, there is a saying, we say opportunity comes but once, or knocks but once. When the opportunity comes, and it comes to meet a timely, adequate, and appropriate preparation, the outcome will be success. But when the opportunity comes, and preparation is not adequate, preparation is not appropriate, it's not timely, and you say opportunity has come, so give me the chance. When I have somebody who is already ready with everything you need, who will give you that chance? And so, if you want to be successful in your career, know that the opportunity will come. You don't know when it will come, but prepare ahead of it. It means that preparation must always precede the appearance of the opportunity, and then you can take advantage of it. Then you are talking about career success, talking about, looking at all the things that we have talked about this morning. On that note, I want to say thank you very much for indulging me, and I hope we can make something out of it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put it together once again for Dr. Stella Ejenim Boateng. Very insightful presentation. Mom, we are grateful and we thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put together once again for her. I'm sure you've learned something. So join the panel discussion. She'll be on the panel and you can ask her all the questions that you need to ask. Friends, as we become godly entrepreneurs and also proactive job seekers, I found those quotes, and it is one of the Forbes magazine quote of the century. Forbes magazine business quote of the century. And I would like you to recite it with me. It says, the greatest want of the world. Please repeat after me. The greatest want of the world. Are people in the house? The greatest want of the world is the want of men. Men who will not be bought or sold. Men who in their inmost souls are true and honest. Men who do not fear to call sin by its right name. Men whose conscience is as true to duty as the needle to the pole. Men who will stand for the rights, though the heavens fall. And this is Forbes magazine quote, business quote of the century. And we want to see that men and women right here in this auditorium. And if you're going to be that man or woman, why don't you put your hands together for yourself? And we have such astute men also in the house today. And our next speaker, I not fit to describe him right now, so I'll be inviting somebody to do that. But before then, we have grace moments. We have grace moments. So if you know you are ready to enjoy some pizza, the pizza man is also in the house. The pizza man is in the house. So I invite my co-MC, and we have a gift for somebody. And I'm going to invite Terry to pick the next grace moment winner. So please shuffle it so we can have a look at places. So if your name is picked, you are sure to walk away. Mr. Duya, the light size, the light size. Please, what name? The people are, you can turn around.
All right. And so the winner of the life-size pizza is none other than Prince Alex Apieje Osei.
Hey, where is Prince? Let's clap for him from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Prince Apieje, the way your guests are clapping, they want to tell you that you only have one slice and they have the rest. Prince, how do you feel winning the grace moment?
I really know I don't want to say because I didn't really expect it, so I'm stunned. Yeah.
All right, let's put together for grace. We'll have another one.
Yes, another
so that Mr. Pizza Man, so far we have shared 3. So this is the 4th one. We can share 10 today. So who is coming? Let me have, okay.
Let's call a lady.
A lady, yes. We need a lady. Please come. Come and pick one for us.
Pick one for us.
Inshiraba should be getting ready. We'll be inviting you very soon to...
Kindly come up and tell us the name. Who won?
Please turn around and mention the name.
Astrid Boajoa Yeboah.
Astrid Abuajua Yeboah. Where is Astrid? Wow. Hey, Astrid. Wow. This one, you have cheated your little friends. They are all at the back there. You are here to enjoy pizza.
Yes.
Astrid, what have you learned today?
Are you happy? that you've won a pizza. So who take the mic? So who are you going to eat this big pizza with?
With my mommy and daddy.
Oh, it's mommy and daddy here. Okay, let's see you. Okay, thank you.
So good for registering, and you have yourself a life-size pizza. So we'll come again with the grace moments, and I want to also continue to thank our viewers on Hope Channel, our preferred religious TV station, and also our friends watching us live on Facebook. We want to thank you for watching. Our friends on YouTube and Instagram, God bless you for watching. At this time, I will invite Inshraba to do the honor to introduce the next speaker.
All right, thank you very much. My boss has given me a very interesting task, so I'm going to introduce him, but before I do that, I'm going to set the context right. Matise Kumasi, ya pepe to nyompa SDA amba. Inti nyum to nyina headquarters ni aba no. No great. Nyum biem de pa wan ebe boa me to God bless our homeland Ghana. O ana no de anya nyum. Nyum. Ni observe me answer nyina on yen hwese ye kaya. Me try say me ma tuna say voice o say there hu me wa ha nyina bedwane. Inti kwa master we.
Kwa master ojine chire hobat. Yebema kwa master we. Okay, bema tuna man. God bless our homeland Ghana. Go. God bless our homeland Ghana.
And make
our nation great and strong, both to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. Fill our heart with true humility, make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our might and might forevermore. And help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore.
We can clap for ourselves. Please have a seat. I know we sing this song very often, don't we? The essence and the impact of it hits you differently. Me around one here na me rema mo bejim no na. No, don't worry. Thank you. The most important thing is that, as I said, my name is Inshraba Yao Sumpa Ochiri. And I work with Mr. Mwabe. I'm a lawyer by profession. I worked in the banking industry for 12 and a half years. I'm an author of 2 books. And largely I'm into youth development. But why has he asked me to do this, to set the context for him? I mean, we talk a lot about Ghana, right? And in as much as we sing this song with all the passion, if you go on the street, the narrative about Ghana is almost like the rejected land. True or false? Everybody here, if we ask you what is your narrative about Ghana, and if I dared ask, how many of us will leave this hall right now if there was a car here taking all of us to the airport to take us to the United States? How many of us will leave right now and go and take the bus? Ma, you just finished the talk. Only a casa de de still ya peja ensa. So the narrative is almost like we're this tiny little country spotted on a red forsaken land somewhere where nothing good seems to happen. That's almost the narrative we've given ourselves. And we've almost told ourselves the golden land is somewhere the United States or Canada. That's the land, that's the place to be. Or in recent times, China, which is the promising land. But I want you to build a context and show you two statistics. I believe in science. I did actuarial science for my first degree. I did a master's in risk and finance for my master's. And so I love data and I love science. Do you know the land size of Ghana? Who knows the land size of Ghana? Anybody? Mpacho pizza nasana. For one pizza, land size of Ghana. Land size of Ghana. Oh, I know you're Googling it, but I don't think you've been on the phone. No. It's about 238,000 square kilometers. 200 and what? 38,000 frequency in the count. 540 square kilometers. This beautiful country this man comes from, Netherlands. What do you think is the land size of Netherlands? What do you think is the land size? Do you think Netherlands is bigger than Ghana? Let's start from there. Bigger than Ghana, or Ghana is bigger than Netherlands? Ghana is bigger than Netherlands. By how many times you think? So the land size of Netherlands is about 41,543 square kilometers. That means Ghana is bigger than Netherlands by far, five times. By far. Switzerland, which is a country I love. If I was not a Ghanaian, I'll probably be a Swiss. And the Dutch is there because I did my master's in Netherlands as well. Two beautiful countries. The Dutch also have about 41,000 square kilometers, give or take. But now let's look at something. All the brands on your left, where do you think they come from? It's very minute, but please bear with that. Okay, great. So left and right. Take all the brands on your left. Where do you think all these brands come from? Where do all these brands come from? Yeah. Oh, pizza no baby. Oh, the left is
the Netherlands. No, the left is Switzerland.
Oh, master, my own.
Why?
No,
your bearings. Your bearings.
So the left, it's what?
Switzerland.
And the right is
Netherlands.
Netherlands. So those are correct. All the brands on your left are $1 million brands, multi-million-dollar brands from Swiss and from Dutch. A land size, if you put the two lands together, Ghana is bigger than them 3 times. 3 times. If you Google the Switzerland right now, the only natural resource they probably have is salt. Salt, so they oko pram and antiso. It's a country in the Alps with literally nothing, but they created these multi-billion-dollar brands. You know the interesting thing, most of their value chain come from Bekwaye, right close to your grandmother's farm, cocoa. Now the question is, why? Ask your friend why. No, I mean, hey, right? Now I would move a step further just to introduce my boss. Name me one Ghanaian brand, one that competes with any of the brand on your left or your right. One. Corruption. Oh. Papa na mama kuma you cry me ya. You're sorry.
I'm sorry.
You can't find any brand.
No.
Who can name me one brand that competes with any brand on your left or your right? For a country that is 3 times bigger than the 2 countries put together, name me one brand that competes with any of them. One. Obviously corruption, mention any crab. Buelah, Nashel, but I can no. But what? Thank you. But you get the point, right? Do you get the point? So the people who build these companies, omuye aliens and a machine video omubesia and omube build are they human beings more than you and I? At this point, I'm happy to introduce a man, but before I do that, again, the last data set he's permitted me to share, this is a global cultural study by Hofstede. This is an academic work that basically compares the average of any country. If you take two people from any country and you compare, you strip their character traits into a culture dynamic or a cultural dimension, as they call it, and measure how different is the Ghanaian from a Nigerian, and a Nigerian from a Senegalese, and a Senegalese from a South African, and a South African from a Dutch or a Swiss. This is a global study that is approved by Hofstede. Beautiful research that I would recommend. I did something from the study. So I have the application, and so I put Ghana, I put Switzerland, and I put Netherlands. Just to understand, between these three countries, if you took the average Ghanaian, and you took the average Dutch, and you took the average Swiss, and so I would only mention three things, and then I'll introduce my boss. The first thing you find is that long-term orientation. What's the score of Ghana, the average Ghanaian? Can you see? Long-term orientation is this, where the red marker is hovering. Can you see Ghana is the blue, Netherlands is the purple, violet-ish, and Switzerland is the green. What do you think is the score of Ghana? 4 out of 100. 4. Long-term orientation, the ability to see long-term and to think long-term. This global study says that the average Ghanaian scores 4. The average Swiss scores 74, and the average Dutch scores 67. So on the market 1 to 100, over Ghana ni ba kubia. Now the net to Dutch ni ba kubia, ne Swiss ni ba kubia, ne engine kwechre 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years from now. Over nipa 100, one here obenya nipa 4 for Ghana. Obenya nipa 67 every Netherlands. Obenya nipa 74 from Swiss. Sebi omuwa dwen ni hunu ni nyansa ye de dwen kwechre. E kamia say ye de ebedi ni ne. Ye didi wi ani ada. Me teacher bi say your friend is 7 in 1. Ngwa wom katim ngwa koto mpunam nantwinam u diwe ya no ada. So you can tell that clearly the problem is long term, but the second one is power distance. I won't go into all of that because I think that I'm overstaying my time. Now I'll tell you a story to introduce the man. When I finished university, I was the founding president for Actuarial Science Society, UCC. And then I had written proposals because I founded the Actuarial Science Society. I'd written a lot of proposals to a lot of companies. And NIC, National Insurance Commission, had agreed to partner with UCC Actuarial Science Department to host people to do their national service. I was the person who wrote the proposal. I went for the meetings. So I knew that if even they were taking one person, it would be me. Well, we are in Ghana. National service postings came. Guess where I was posted to? Zoom Lion. Sunyane. It's not funny. And then there's Reba, then run, then yes, Resa. Cinema, yes, Zoom Lion. Sunyane. I did all I could. Nothing happened. But within the national service time, I had applied to UT Bank because UT Bank had just merged or had just bought a Lebanese bank and had gone through the process of merger. So there was a Project David and had formed a project team. So they were looking for somebody to come on the project because we were building a product we call premium financing. So I had applied and gone through the process. But it didn't come, so I had to go to Zoom Lion. I went to Zoomla. My first assignment was drivers are stealing fuel. Sit in the cars with the drivers, monitor the fuel they use so that we know the average fuel per consumption per truck, how many bins, tonnage of bin they take in order when you fill the tank. My first 2 months of national service, I did it in a Buelah truck. And I was supposed to be the president of Actuarial Science Society. It was a humbling experience. I learned so much. That's for another day. Then I get the UT job right after national service. First week, I go to the canteen because UT had a canteen. My eyes are red, bright, hungry. And then I'm holding my bowl, and then somebody comes and stands behind me. And everybody is hugging them, everybody is happy. And he joins the queue. I mean, who does that? We're going for lunch. The MD at the time, don't forget, they had bought a bank, and UT was the hottest thing in town. This man walks into a canteen and joins the queue. It was a cultural shock because where I'm coming from, even the manager in charge, the senior manager for drivers, but he joined the queue. Not only that, I sat on the table and he came to sit right on my table. And he asked me my name. He says he knows everybody in the company. The fact that he's asking my name means that he doesn't know me and I'm new. So what's my name? I told him my name. We struck a conversation. And this beautiful mentorship, almost a father relationship, has lasted the last 12 and a half years. I speak to the character of a man not only because I've known him from afar, but everything I've become, God has given me through him. I've literally had to learn all the things I know by working with him. And so he's going to share his personal journey with us. He's going to tell us how he built a brand he did. Because I can tell you for a fact, if there was any Ghanaian brand that had the potential to compete with all the brands on the brand, it was UT Bank. Not only was there a UT Bank Ghana, there was a UT Financial Services Nigeria, there was a South Africa, there was a Germany, there was a London. There was not only UT Bank, there was UT Logistics, there was UT Securities, there was UT Life. And this was a family that fed 2,000 of people at the height of his career. And so this is a man who built this company from the heart of Kantamanto with 3 staff. Three. And so if a man built from Kantamanto a company that went to the ends of the world, South Africa, Nigeria, Germany, and London, a Ghanaian company that started in the middle of a market, then the question is, how did he do it? And so I want us to stand as we clap and welcome Mr. Prince Kofi Amoabeng as he shares his personal journey with us.
I beg you, sit down. I beg you. Well, please let's clap our hands for young Yawa Sempa. How many of you are happy to see me? I'm asking because I am happier than any one of you to be here. Well, first and foremost, I think we thank God for making it possible for us to interact today. I also thank the SDA Church and its administrators for putting this together. And then I thank my co-speakers, and especially those of you who have made it here. But before I go on, I'll say something. The last, what is it called? A gift. When you are giving the pizza, what's it called? Grace period. The last one, before the young lady came, they started, Prince. I said, I chop pizza. Meanwhile, it wasn't for me, it was some other prince. Yeah. So The issue is how to raise godly entrepreneurs amidst the current global crisis. I think it's very, very apt. The centerpiece is godly entrepreneurs, not just people who do all kinds of stuff and then they are entrepreneurs and they are big people and people are following them. We're talking people who become entrepreneurs with a good heart and doing the work of God. And then the second bit about current global crisis, it's also very apt. You know why? Nowadays, to live the godly life, if you are not careful, even your wife will leave you. If you want to take your salary and just give it to your wife, and then it's not enough to pay your school fees, your children will beat you. So it's really, really tough. Meanwhile, the government says it cannot provide jobs. IMF comes, don't expect more jobs, because they are going to tighten things for all of us. So the solution really lies in creating entrepreneurs, and even big countries. Talk about the Switzerland and Netherlands and the US, it's all about entrepreneurship and small and medium-sized companies. They make the bulk of it. So we have to get our act together. That is why when I was called that I have to come to Kumasi, some youth and church members wanted to see me, I said I'll go. I had forgotten that today was a holiday, but I already committed, so I'm here and I'm very happy to be here. It's the most useful thing I'm doing with my life. Now let me start with the juicy part of UT. I think for you to understand my message today, I have to tell you a little bit about myself and the UT we created. So, I was born long ago in a village called Bososo, which is close to Begro, Bunsu area in the Achim area. And my father was a cocoa purchasing clerk. And my mother was small trader. And I started school early, like everybody else. There was nothing special about me. But I was very bad. Nowadays, you say that the child is hyper or something like that. But in actual fact, everybody called me Kofi Baboni, which makes you guys better than how I started. So, I'll tell you this and move on. When cars come to our yard, trucks and things like that come to load cocoa, I'll probably go and hide under the truck. And my father was afraid that one day one of the trucks would run over me. So they would chase me and put a chain by my waist and chain me into a pillar. And I'll start crying. I'll cry, meanwhile they'll put rice and margarine by me. When I cry, there's no way. I eat the rice and sleep. That's my beginning. Nothing special. Then I went through school, primary, secondary school, university, and came out. And I came out a graduate. I was quite brilliant, but I was brilliant because I loved my father and I felt I didn't want to disappoint him. So I'll do all the bad things, but getting to exams, I'll learn hard and I'll get a good position so my father will be happy. So I was learning for my father, not me. So I finished university with a good degree, second class upper, School of Administration. So I had acquired knowledge. Then I realized that my life wasn't good enough. I started, and national service, it was enough for all my mates, but by middle of the month, my money was finished because I was gambling and going for nightclub and so on and so forth. Anyway, what I'm telling you, by the way, is in the book, which is selling outside. Now, that book, I would have wished to give everybody, but the only way to give everybody is to say it's free. If I say it's free, everybody will go for it. But you probably go and throw it away. It's selling for 200 CDs at EPP Bookshop and the rest, but for this place, it's selling for 100 CDs, special discount. And it tells you about the story, what I'm telling you about my life after university. Because I knew I wasn't disciplined enough, I decided I would join the army. So I joined the army, came out of the army, and I loved the army. I knew I was going to go on pension in the armed forces. Everything was there. Pa, pa, pa. You know what you're supposed to do. You know what you're not supposed to do. The systems work. I was in love with it. Then unfortunately there was the revolution. So after the 79 revolution, I wasn't here, I was on course. I came back, 82 revolution, 81 December revolution. I said, this is not the army I joined. Therefore I was forced to leave in 1982. Now when I left 82, I didn't have anywhere to go. I tried going to Nigeria, I didn't work. I went to Liberia, it didn't work. I went to London, it didn't work. Then I said, my next door neighbor, he hasn't gone to school yet. He's supposed to be a successful businessman, and he wanted me to be his partner. So I didn't have anywhere to go. I just go to his house, and then we start driving around town. And we started doing business. He put me up my name as a director of one of the companies. And I started learning afresh. I went into trading, selling merchandise, anything that's available. I think I should have met Terry at that time because I didn't know how to sell. The reason why I didn't know how to sell was my partner says, I give the whole truth. I shouldn't tell the truth like that. As for Sojaman, so if we go to sell, I keep quiet. And he will lie, and I'm looking at him and say, But somehow he was able to sell. So then I went into construction, as in civil construction. I went into air conditioning business. I went into timber business. I went into, name it, everything. And then I went into oil. Midstream, selling crude oil for El Fakite. Then downstream as a dealer at a petrol station. And I was a transport owner. I did almost everything, 15 years. I was in the jungle, and I was learning. And that was my trump card. I was learning. And I'll do something, and it fails. I pick myself again. Go ahead, do it, it fails. Anytime I get the opportunity and I go looking for funding, it doesn't happen. I waste my time, and then I lose the business. So there was this one occasion, I had done a small project paper. I had an order for air conditioners, and I could bring one container of air conditioners costing $20,000 at the time, and it was about 20 million old cedis equivalent. So I went to see my project officer at a bank, and at that bank, my friend was the MD. So I knew that this one day I'll get it. So after tossing me up and down, everything, going to the top for the meeting and everything, they called me and said, oh, Kofi can't come, we've approved. So I rushed. Because already the order was delaying. Now when I got there, I said, oh, yeah, we approved something for you. I said, yes, how much? They said, 3 million cedis. I said, I needed 20 million for specific quantity, one container. And you've approved 3 million. Why? And they said, well, you have to use this, and then when you're able to pay, you come back for another money. So I went straight to the MD of the bank. And I looked at him after opening the office. I said, do you know that 3 cannot divide 20? It was like, where are you coming from? I said, I applied for 20. For goodness sake, what percentage did you give me of the 20? And he was trying to explain. I banged his door and I left. That night, as I was sitting down, I was lying down in bed. I had a call. And I believe a call is not what you imagine. We're all here for a special reason. And depending on the experiences and training and everything, you get a call. The call is something happens to you where you feel so irritated and you can't sleep at night and you think you should do something about it for the sake of mankind. It's not fair for this to happen to people. That's exactly what happened to me. I said, what is lending? Lending is what? I'm an accountant, for goodness sake. I know finance. And why is it the banks are making it that difficult? I will set up a finance company. And that is how come, with desperation. I got up, went to Bank of Ghana process and so forth. Long story short, I said I was setting up, I got a license, and I had big plans. I would rent offices in those days, Snit Towers, posh. And I put together a paper, and I talked to my friends, say, oh, Kofi, don't worry, once you get a license, oh, we'll finance. When I got a license, nobody was interested because it was a very risky area. If you give to people, they will not pay. I remember one guy asked me, he says, Kofi, I want to give you money back. How are you sure that you get the money back? Do you have a process of recovering the money? I looked at him and said, if you like, take my money. And if you don't pay, you will see. Of course, he gave me money because he knew I was a bit crazy. But so after all the promises had failed, I was then supervising a communication center, and I said, listen, I don't start big or medium. I better start all this thing, go have a license. So as I said, with staff of 3, one was my driver, one was a guy who liked me and would be following me around, and the other guy was more or less the clerk at the communication center. 3 people, no serious qualification, and myself. And we used to have only one table, no toilet. If you don't do it at home in the morning and it catches in the afternoon, you are in trouble. And that's how we started. But then we started with loyalty. I was so fiercely loyal about these guys. Not a month will pass that they will not be paid. I would rather fast, but make sure I pay them. And I was quite transparent with them. We all discussed loan applications. We all discussed how we could raise monies. And then I'll tell you something. That was the biggest problem. How do you raise monies to own land? So I went to people, I want to give you shares so that you bring about 100 million. I want to do this, so you give me 200 million. And I was running the whole of Accra. And I had great friends. I was playing golf. I knew some millionaires even outside Ghana. None of them would give me the money. Then I went to this friend, all the way in Kofodia. And I brought my proposal. He says, I was a director in his company. He says I should come. I was going on and on and on. Then I realized the guy wasn't listening. So I said, Kwesi, you are not listening. Then he says, you see, the issue is you're asking for 100 million, 200 million. If I give you that money and you're not able to pay, it will be the end of our friendship. So I can afford to give you 10 million. As for that one, if you can't even, if you're not even able to pay, our friendship will remain. And I got mad. And I got up and I didn't come here to beg for peanuts. Listen, I'm talking about business, and I travel all the way here, and look at what you say, blah, blah, blah. And I left. Long story short, in the night, as I was lying there, I woke up and I said, why am I mad at this guy? At least he offered something. Because the others just dribbled me around. And I said, yeah, 10 million was a good offer. But then I'm mad at the guy. I said, I think that is the key. People are prepared to lend me small monies, but not big monies that will break their own bank account. So I jumped out of bed and listed friends who could afford 5 million cedis, old cedis at the time. And I had eventually about 255 people. Note, the monies I needed to really run it effectively was about 200,000. And I wrote to all these people, personalized letter, that is what I'm doing. And if you give me 5 million cedis or more, I will pay 5% every month. And I sent it around. Of the 50-something people, about 13 replied with a positive offer. And the total was 255 million. And I knew I had done it. So we started, and then we grew slowly to a point where Bank of Ghana now realized that the returns show a bit of substance, and they came to audit. 2 things. They said, Mr. Mwabe, you don't have collaterals on your loans. And they had 8 files. And I looked at the files and I started smiling. And they said, your processes are not right. And I said, oh, but all the 8 have paid. And they looked at me and they said, we've heard about your tactics for collecting your money, but when you start having about 1,000 clients, you can't go personally and do your own thing. So you're doing something wrong. And I said, you are right. Immediately, I started putting systems in place. How the clients should be documented, including sketching to their houses, sketching to the collateral, sketching to their office, and I'll put it all on file. Those days we didn't have Google Map and all those things. And it became the standard for all the banks to start sketching, because they didn't know physically where their clients were. And then business was going on. I'll tell you about the first branch that we had. I realized that a lot of our clients came from Tema. They wanted to clear their goods from Tema. They heard about UT. They came, we give them good service. And then we give them the check and they cash from the Barclays close to us. And they carry the money in Ghana Must Go bag. And I was sitting down looking at my client and I said, it's not safe for my clients to be carrying these monies. So I called one of my managers and I said, why don't we open a branch in Tema so we can serve them there and give them the monies there instead of them coming here? If you remember what Terry said, you must think about your neighbor and love him as you are. So I was thinking like myself, if I were coming from Tema, why would I risk it? So I asked my guy to go to Tema and let us open a branch in Tema. And he says, Bank of Ghana does not allow finance houses to have branches. I said, okay. All the same, you go and look for an office. So they went to look for an office in Tema. And I started operation in Tema. Now, Bank of Ghana came again and they said, some of the clients, their files are not here. And I said, well, they are in Tema. So who asked you to open a branch in Tema? I said, no, don't get it wrong. It's not a branch. They said, what is it? I said, it's a liaison office. So they went for the inspection, and in their report, they wrote, Unique Trust Tema branch. So I said, you see, they are calling it branch. So quickly, let's go and open more branches. And we opened a branch in Kumasi and Takrady. And that is how finance houses started having branches. And I'll come to tell you what that means. But it means that if you're in business, don't stay behind the regulator. Stay ahead of it and let him catch up with you. But be ready to move at a good pace. Now, UT went on, because time is limited, to open, by the time we bought the bank, about 16 branches. Amidst all sorts of opposition and things like that, but we did it. Then we grew to become a finance house with a balance sheet bigger than some of the banks. And we used to do strategy session religiously. We knew where we were going. Our vision was clear, and our mission very clear, and we all aligned, and we had a great culture. At UT, as I was saying, every obia, but you better do your work. And some of my staff said, oh, Chief, we are afraid of you now. I said, why? He said, you'll be smiling with somebody in the morning. Evening, they said the person has been sacked. And I said, no, I've never sacked anybody before. The system ensures that the bad ones are sacked. And my headache is, as CEO, I have to put my signature. But I've never met somebody that said, I don't like you, so go home. Never. And it's just like a farmer. You must clear the weeds to get a good harvest. So we must clear the bad ones. And you have to be disciplined like that. I sacked my brother, I sacked my cousin, I sacked my director's son. Not that I sacked them, but they fell foul of the policies. Then in the course of our growth, we decided to have a properties company. And before that, we had a logistics company. It is not that we wanted to expand into other areas. You see, some people are successful, say, I'm going into block making, I'm going to water. No. UT went into logistics because we needed people at the port to take charge of the goods we were clearing, to make sure that the goods are secured. So they were to support the finance business. UT Properties, in the same vein, we had to do valuation, management of the assets. Therefore, we created a properties company to hold our properties and to maintain and service them. And then we also had UT Private Securities. I'll tell you about that one. I had gone to Alisa Hotel to chair a function. I got there and parked. The security guy came. Hey, out. And I said, well, I'm supposed to be the chairman for the function, so give me a place to park. I said, okay, then park there. So I was not feeling right about it. After the function, I went to my own UT, and I saw a client of ours being manhandled by a security officer that we had engaged. And I said, I'm preaching customer service, caring for your customers, but it only happens when they enter our doors. At outside our doors, they are being maltreated. So immediately I said, we will form a securities company to ensure that the same values we exhibit to our clients, it starts from the gate and not from the door. So everything we did at UT was to enhance the core business of financing. Now, so we formed those subsidiaries, and then came the critical issue. One day we were at this study session, and somebody just raised his hand and said, sir, I think we've done everything. Why don't we become a bank? Before that, I had said we shouldn't become a bank. But the arguments were so much in favor of becoming a bank, including trying to reduce the cost of funding to our clients because we get cheaper deposits, therefore we bring the cost of lending down. But one of the things that moved me was the fact that I love my staff, and it hit me that as soon as we become a bank, all of them will become professionals. Because before that, what were they? Loan officers, whatever. And not only that, there will be numerous avenues for them to develop their career. Those who want to go into treasury will go retail banking, corporate banking, risk, compliance, and I saw avenues for my staff. So I gave in and we became a bank. And so we had UT Bank, UT Properties, UT Life, UT this, UT that, and we set up offices. I think we got there's a bit of hubris here. We got into Nigeria to do the same thing there. We went into South Africa, as I was saying. At some point, we're in Germany, and we're in London, and so on and so forth. But the important thing, the juicy part, is that this is a company started by a Ghanaian, ordinary Ghanaian, who was being changed as a kid. And it grew into what it became, and as they say, the rest is history. Now, keeping this story in mind, I'll take you through a few steps how to grow your business. Now, as I said, you need to have a core. But before that, one of the things that you have to do is acquire knowledge, all knowledge that's available to you. Keep learning. And that is why I want you all here to give yourself a round of applause. Because you are desperate for knowledge. You want to know more. And that is the basic fundamental, because when the call comes, unless you have expertise and knowledge about what is eating you up at night, you can't do anything about it. I go to the hospital, nobody minds me, the doctor doesn't mind me, so I get a call that I can be a better doctor. I can't be. I don't have what it takes. But if I've been trained as a doctor and have the expertise, I can set up something because I know what's about. So acquire knowledge. Sometimes people think it's genes. No, it's not genetic. Except in football, maybe Abedi Pele and Ayu Pele and sometimes. But you can't count on it. You need to actually acquire knowledge. Your upbringing counts. My father used to chain me, but he loved me, and I was his best friend when I grew up. And because of our friendship, I stayed on course and made sure I passed all exams. Education, big time. Your training, your experiences, and the values that you develop. You cannot be a good entrepreneur if you are not a good person. If you are not honest and you don't love people, forget it. You can't be a good entrepreneur. Because you can't put yourself in the shoes, as Terry said, you can't understand their needs to relate to them. Now, the leadership journey. If you are very comfortable, like you've got a job, you're being paid well, you can't branch out. You are comfortable. You don't want to take the risk. What you actually have to do to become a businessman, you have to get out of your comfort zone. In my case, I was pushed out because the army got bad. Otherwise, I would have stayed in the army, be a retired general, and looking after my grandchildren. So you have to be pushed out of your comfort zone. Either you push yourself out, or the system should push you. So when you're somewhere and things are not working out, don't just stay there. Think of what you can do and move out. Now, it's a good saying. They say that, listen carefully. A students teach B students to work for C students. The A students are maybe your lecturers and professors who have done A's all through and become professors. And they teach those who come out of the universities, MBA, blah, blah, blah. They are the managers of the companies. And eventually you find that the C student owns the company. Not that he can run it. It doesn't say any one of these groups are bad. The A students have done their job. They are knowledgeable. They impart the knowledge. It helps business. The B students, when the C student has struggled and found something, he can't run it by himself. He needs the B students to actually do it. So you find that people start businesses from garage. And it becomes huge business. Because the C students are desperate to prove themselves. They didn't do well maybe in school. They were not liked by a lot of people. So they want to do something. And they risk their lives. But if you are a professor, what kind of risk are you going to risk? If you are a general manager, you're not going to leave and go and start doing things from a factory. The third point is start small. As I told you, I wanted to have offices at Hofstede Towers. It never worked. In actual fact, nature is about small to big. You're born small. I don't want to go deep down to sperms and things, but at least you're born small. You learn to sit, you crawl, you walk, and then you can run. And it's for obvious reasons. Because if you run and you are not fit and you haven't been through the drill and you fall, you may die. But when you are crawling and you fall, you just get up. And even the forest, it starts with a seed, which is that small. So nature is about small. So when you want to go into things, don't think you want all the monies in the world to start it. Start small. If you are working and you think you have knowledge or expertise in something, take it, if you like, as a hobby. Do it alongside your normal job. When you think you've studied the market enough, get out of your comfort zone and go full-time for it. And one thing is you should try and avoid waste at all times. Nowadays, with peer pressure and all that, oh, this man bought a Mercedes-Benz. So me too, I need a Jaguar. And sometimes, as I was telling my friend, at 30, you want to buy Mercedes-Benz. So at 60, what are you going to ride? And avoiding waste. If you want to test yourself, if you are really an agent for avoiding waste, when you are brushing your teeth in the morning, turn on the tap small onto a toothbrush and turn it off. A lot of people will be brushing their teeth, and then the water is flowing all over the place. Water is limited, and your neighbor somewhere probably needs water. Avoid waste at all times. And in my case, when I started and I didn't have the money, even paper, I wasn't buying the full rim. I had a woman who would just pull a bit for me. And I used the envelope from the mails as my pad, back of the envelope, and I do all my calculations and save money. As a matter of fact, I have avoided waste. I have only one shoe. I don't need a second shoe. When I need it, I can buy it. But I'm not saying be like me. But let avoiding waste and building capacity be the thing. Most people in Ghana could have built bigger companies than UT. But small money comes, hey, I have to build this house. Hey, I have to buy this car. And they take the company's money. So you stifle the company. The company cannot grow. But if you put all the monies back and you're avoiding waste and building capacity, you'll be surprised the kind of company you guys can create. And of course, when you start small, one advantage is that you know all the aspects of the business. Because initially, it's just you. You look for the money, you do the procurement, you do the recruitment, you build the processes. It's only when you are growing that you get people to come into these roles. Therefore, when you appointed somebody to be head of procurement, you know what is involved in procurement. When about recruitment, you know what's involved in recruitment. So by all means, start small. The obvious question then is, how do I start and how do I get money? So how do you fund a startup? The first source is you yourself. And you have to get into a savings habit. I was telling Lydia, I hope she's not here, that when we are able to give 10% of our earnings as tithe for the church, it's a very good thing, if you believe in it. By all means, think about yourself too. Put another 10% for yourself and your future and the future of your family. If you ever do it for the church, then do it for yourself. Because that comes directly under you, and when you have opportunities or you have a call, as I'll put it, you have the small money to form a company, to register it, to probably get the small ingredients and test it. Now, when you know for sure that you are on a winning path for a startup, don't waste your time going to see the bank. They won't give it to you. From my experience, and from what I know even now, for startups, the banks will not give it to you. So, the people you should go to are your friends, family, and relatives. Now, that is why it's also critical that you are a decent person, you are honest, and you have integrity. Because these people, family, friends, and relatives, know you. So if you go and say, this business part here is very, very good, and he knows that you are born in Kwana boy, he won't give it to you. But if they know that you are hardworking, you are honest, you're decent, they will listen. And don't ask them for big monies, because if somebody has money, he has money because he understands money and knows savings. So if you go to your uncle who has money and say you want 100,000, he most likely will not give it to you. So go small, as I said. And when you go to many people, the interesting thing is that you keep control of the business. Because you're asking him for 5,000 cedis. That will not make him demand 10% of your company. So you go for the small monies, and you realize that at the end of the day, you still own your 100%, but then you have monies of a lot of people to use. You can also explore partnership. If you have trusted friends, but Ghanaian partnership, you should be careful. Because some people are good when there's no money and bad when there's money. Some people are good when there's money, and when there's no money, they are bad. So people keep changing, but it's still a good avenue. The only warning is that if you have the vision And therefore, you are setting up this course. Keep majority at all costs. Don't do 50-50. Do at least 51 because you carry the vision, and at worst, they can sell their shares and go. Because if you carry a smaller percent, less than 50%, the business will be taken away from you. There are all sorts of people called angel investors, and this includes the government setting up funds and so forth. I won't say much about it because one is the government that is set up. Unless you are carrying party card, they won't give you. So maybe you have to go and look for party card before you look for those kind of monies. Now, setting up the business, this everybody knows, you must have not even the vision for me to start with. You must have a clear mission what you want to do. In the case of Unique Trust, when I started, I had a clear vision that I'm going to give loans without all the fuss and all the dribblings that is happening at the bank. It was a clear mission as I'm going to break this act of lending down and let people benefit from it. The vision comes to when you start doing your thing to say, where do you want to see yourself? Maybe to be the best lender, to be the best that, but the mission is critical. What are you going to do? And when you have a few people, it's like, what are the values that will ensure that you're successful? One value that everybody must have is respect for everybody. Love thy neighbor as thyself. That is a tall order. But you need to at least respect everybody equally. Doesn't matter their level, because everyone was put here by the same creator, and he doesn't think someone is better than the other. I never think like that. So people say that respect must be earned. Why? Terry, I didn't know you, so I shouldn't respect you. Respect is due everyone. It is trust that must be earned. So you should have a culture where you have respect for everybody. And you must lead it. You, the leader, live the culture. If it's about loving everybody, at UT I used to hug all the women. And actually, the women will come and hug me. And as Yao said, everyone decides when to go for lunch because of their work schedule. So I don't have to go for lunch at the cafeteria and say I'm CEO and owner, so I have to be served before everybody. So I come and I queue. And in doing that, you see how your staff are treated. And you have a relationship with the staff and give them the due respect. There also has to be complete honesty if you want to run a good business. You have to be transparent and honest. And have a lot of integrity. Then you need, as you grow, to be professional, because without professionalism, your business cannot move fast. And nowadays, as soon as you can afford it, make sure that it's technology driven. Because technology also ensures that you serve faster and so on and so forth. Then, whilst we are at it, there are 4 critical factors of success in every business. 4. 1 is your product or service that you are delivering. You should know your product. That has been said already by Terry. Know it completely and believe in it, and have processes well defined so you have a constant thing. Now, if you don't know your product, then don't try at all, because you should know exactly what you're going to serve your people and serve in the best of ways. The second thing, it's about your customers. My time is running out, but let me say this to cut it short. Your customers will love you for 2 major things. 1, let me digress a little bit and come back. And it's about the topic of time. I don't know why we don't get it, especially in Africa. Time defines every living thing, time. So when we say someone lived for 70 years, it means he was alive for 70 years. After that, He's no more. Those who are not born have no time because they are not here. If you die, your time is finished. So your time defines you completely. Somehow we are aware of it, but when it comes to Africa and our culture that we developed, we throw it away. And there are two aspects to time. Some would say a third one, but forget it. One, the sheer length of it. You want to live long. But also important is the quality of time, the kind of quality that you enjoy whilst you are alive. So for your customers, two, be sure that you give them special products, special service, but you also deliver it in good time. Don't waste their time. UT alone in 48 hours, that distinguishes us from the rest. Because you cannot mess up people's time. They come, you tell them to go, 3 months, they are still chasing their loan. Nobody likes that. And the second thing is the quality of the time. When people come to you and you are taking their 5 minutes, let them have an experience they will never forget. I used to have clients, they come to me, I say, hey, Uba Hache, I say, and they relax. They know they are with their brother. And therefore, they tell you the truth, and you can tailor the services to them as they want it. You find people even appointed by the state for you to see them. It's war. I think we are here to serve ourselves, serve one another, and make the world a better place. But that is not what we see. I had, at UT, I had my number at every branch reception. If you are dissatisfied, call the CEO on this number. It was my number, the number I'm still using. The unfortunate part is that people didn't call. They didn't believe me. But the few who believe me, I give them results. But make yourself available and serve people. There's joy in serving people. When somebody who's walking away from you and they are satisfied, there's a lot of joy in it. And therefore, wow your customers with good delivery, good products, timely delivered, and in good environment. Now, the dangerous one is the people. The dangerous critical factor is the people. And that is where it says, amidst the current global crisis, not a war in the, I won't say that as a global crisis. I think the global crisis, how people everywhere have changed. Globally, we've changed. And Stella enumerated a whole lot of things. People are sitting on their phones and trying to make millions on their phones, getting things from outside and so on and so forth. It's a real crisis. And when you employ them, they don't have a job, and they come begging through people and so on and so forth. You give them a job, the next moment they are stealing the company. There are people, I know a Lebanese friend, when he's leaving his office because he's left something at home, he will close the shop and let the staff stay outside. He goes to his house to pick the item before he comes to open, and then he's sitting on top there looking at everybody the whole day. Why have we become like that? Because we want to make money by all means at all times. So the people, what you have to do, when you start small, you create a culture. And at UT, we had a great culture. I'm sure you will testify to that. We loved ourselves. And of course, it's not just about loving, it's about also being disciplined to sanction. And sanction, don't look, it's like a linesman. He's not looking at the individuals who are around him. He's just looking at the line. And if he sees it, then he raises it before he realizes who is it. And in the same way of business, put the policies down. And once somebody crosses the line, he has crossed the line. It doesn't matter who he is. And make sure that in the culture, everybody is aligned to the vision. Have strategy sessions. Get people to play roles. Get people to keep people responsible. And that's the way, in a short, to get the culture going. The problem we had in UT, I'll just mention, is that when we got too big, and we got a lot of so-called foreigners, and we got into banking, we had to bring in all sorts of people. Some from Nigerian banks and from all sorts of places. Our culture just died. No matter how hard we tried, it died because those who came in even came to infect the good ones. But it's a long story. But culture is very important. Finally, the fourth critical factor is profitability. For your business to be sustained, you must be making profit. If you are not making profit, it doesn't matter how much money you have. You spend the monies, and you're not making profit. It gets to a point where you don't have the monies to spend anymore. Therefore, the business will die. So make sure you price well. Make sure that you have cost-effective processes, and control your expenses, cut down waste, and make sure that you determine the level of returns. If you have the opportunity to make big margins, yes, definitely make the margins, but watch the competition and make sure that you price right and that your customers are not giving a bad deal for it. Now, this is about the last slide, and I have to be very careful here. If you want your business to grow, politics can let it grow. Pastoral church can let it grow. Liaising with your pastor, helping you. Chieftaincy, yes. You go and see your chief. Give me this, that, to let it grow. Your family, yes. They can go to them for money, for assistance, and so forth. But you must be very, very circumspect about it. If you go to a politician to connect you, to have an office, to have a contract, to get you something, they can get it for you. But at what cost? If you're not careful, they will either bring you down because of their high demands, or the politics changes and you are now enemy, and they will cripple the business. If you are too much in league with your pastor, it's a good thing. Discuss, let him pray for the business. But if you're not careful, depending on the pastor, he becomes your head of HR. He tells you who's to employ. Oh, this one, church baby, church sister. And you're not employing the right people. Oh. And then somebody comes, oh, this man supplies very good stuff. Oh, this one is your brother. So he's head of procurement, head of HR, and whatever it is. But he's supposed to be helping you, giving you the right advice and praying for you. But the business doesn't grow on its own steam, and you're not employing the best, and you're not doing the best price because the pastor comes in. Chiefs are the same. They will connect you to all sorts of people, but come Ujra time, you have to make sure that they have some sheep, and you have drummers and so forth, and you must comply. Otherwise, you become an enemy. And your family too, of course, they will be there for you, but make sure it's not in excess. My final say, for all of us here, each one of us here, say, I'm not a mistake. You are special and unique. And you were put on this earth for a purpose. So what I leave you with is that please discover your talents. Thank you very much.
I hope you are enjoying yourself. Come on, a round of applause for Captain. I am enjoying myself and I'm learning a lot. I hope you are there also learning a lot and you are enjoying yourself. Facebook, those who are watching us from Facebook, Instagram, and Hope. I hope you are also having your share here and you are also learning a lot from all that our resource persons are giving us here. Let's learn a quote from one man called Paul G. Hoffman. Paul G. Hoffman. And the quote goes like this. A gentleman is one who is too brave to lie, too generous to cheat, and who takes his share of the world and let others people have theirs. So you go with me as I also go along. A gentleman is one who is too brave to lie, too generous to cheat, and who takes his share of the world and let other people have theirs. I think I was too fast, or you got it. Who takes his share of the world and let other people have theirs. A round of applause as we continue with the next section. I'll invite my MC here to give us a short announcement.
If you're happy to be here, why don't you put your hands together? Now we are in the digital world, so we are taking the data of everyone here. So if you have not keyed in our short code, please pick your phone and key in the short code. This is not for our friends online and viewers on Hope Channel, but for those in person, because we are using this data for our launch. We want to be sure that everyone here is covered for the launch. And today, make your mind up that this is not the usual conferences and we have a short break and you're picking your bag to go home. We want you to spend the whole day here with that, because we have other speakers that will also be coming up right after the lunch break. So don't move an inch, your seat is reserved. But pick your phone and let's go. Star 928 star, if you have not already done it. Star 928 star 452 hash. And within a minute, you'll finish filling the form.
Yes, you are registered.
Within a minute, you'll be registered for your lunch. Star 928 star 452 hash. And you are registered for your lunch. Remember, all our speakers will have photo sessions with us after the lunch break. So make sure that you don't go. And Hope Channel will also be interviewing some of you to get your impression about how things are going. So today we are staying till 4 p.m. when we finally come to an end. But be sure to make sure that your seat is still maintained. At this time, I'll let Becky continue.
So we're going to have a panel discussion, and I'll invite here our sister, Dr. Lydia Esi Techi-Apo here. Please, a round of applause as she joins me here. Please, a round of applause until she gets here. So our sister will lead us in the panel discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope we are learning something. If you want to start your business, what you have to get. If you want to be in the corporate world, what you also have to what? Gather for yourself. So please, let's get something here, because it's a charge for us. If you go there to be an entrepreneur, we get something. Or if you want to be in the corporate world, you also have to take something. Because ICE 2022 is a call to have something, either as an entrepreneur or either as intrapreneur. And what do we say to that? We have the next, it's Amen, yes, because we are in the house of the Lord. The next is panel discussion. And we all have our speakers here. So I will humbly call Captain Amarbin here. Please show some love. Please feel comfortable anyway. Then we'll have our sister Lois Bediakon. Then we'll have our pizza in, chicken in. Pizza man, chicken man. You're going to look beautiful in your outfit. So we have an outlook here. So we are calling for the outlook man. Show some love. We'll call our elder Ejenim Boatin. Our panel discussion we'll call Elder Kweku Ejenim Boatin. Then we'll call our brother. Welcome, panelists. Before we go on with our panel discussion, we'll give the mic to Elder Kweku Ejenim Boatin, my church elder, Tama Community 12. Elder Ejenim.
Thank you. Good afternoon. There are too many Ejenim Boatins on this program. My wife is Ejenim Boatin, I'm Ejenim Boatin, and then we have Elder Ejenim Boatin. I'm supposed to speak on where is the money, second way. And what do you need the money for? What are you going to use the money for? We are going to look at how to get money. In fact, my just immediate speaker has spoken a lot about money, and especially how to get money to start a business. I believe that there are many of you sitting here who are either in business or wanting to be in business. Before I got here, somebody called me and said that he was on retirement and want to start something. Business is not for retired people. I'm saying this because the difficulties and challenges in business, if you put your money into it and there's a failure, at that age, your strength, your power, your capability, and anything that you have may not be able for you to stand. And I've seen a lot of such people. They put their monies into business, it didn't go well, and at the end of the day, they had all kinds of health challenges. And so you can start something small in your small corner, but to do brisk, serious business as we are doing, then you need to start when you're a young person. And business is also not for people who could not go to school, or as it were, call it failures. And it doesn't also matter which course you did in the university. You must be able to adapt, see the challenges and difficulties, and in crisis, then you can chip in and see what you can do with yourself. I will look at a few things that my brother Amoabin first spoke about. The financing. That is one of the major challenges for setups. People wanting to begin and to do something for themselves. The greatest challenge to begin a business is to where to get the monies from. You may have the ideas. You may have all that it takes to be a business person. But your first thing is to where should I begin? He has spoken about a lot of them already, but I just will go through and then quickly add a few things to it. He spoke about personal investment. If you're a student, your student's loan, you can begin saving some. You can begin to save money from everywhere. Just be cautious about savings. Very critical, very important. If you don't do that, nobody will start a business for you. You must begin it yourself, and it must come from you. And when people see that you are committed to the same thing that you want to do, then they are there to help you out. He spoke about family and friends, very important. But normally, if you are not from a very affluent, very rich home, what they will be able to support you with may not be much. We call what we call venture capital. That also is there. You can also veer into it and you can get it. He spoke about angels. It's very from people who are retired like me. I may have some money sitting somewhere. You can bring your proposal. I can decide to support you. I saw a young man walking around, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he's an insurance guy. I said, I've just talked about brokerage. It doesn't take so much money. You need to have the knowledge. You need to have the certificates. And you can begin a program from tomorrow morning, because you are not going to do the insurance, but you are going to look for customers so that the insurance could be done for you. Then you take your commission and percentages. So it's important to know what you want to do and what you are doing. So if you have an investor who is an angel, who has the money sitting somewhere, who can decide to invest in your business and can give you ideas to support you, that will also help you to be able to grow as a business person. Then we have what is called business incubators. In my office, I have about 3-4 people who come to my office. They do their printing, their typing, anything that they want to do. That is my way of supporting them. And you are incubating. My office has become an incubator where you try to help people who are hatching to come out of it, to be able to be on their own. It is done in laboratories. If you are doing something that you do not have your own laboratory because you are set up, you can get some rebates from people. They will help you to be able to grow. You don't need to start all afresh by yourself, that you need all the capital to begin something, but just begin, have an idea, then seek support from people, and in the period of incubation, you'll be able to gradually get something done so that you can move on. There are government grants and subsidies. Those ones, you will need to write proposals, and I believe that a lot of institutions today are in the country, the government institutions, that if you send proposals, young people, they will be able to support you with grants. Bank loans, yes, it's very difficult to get. But when I began my own business, I was lucky enough. I'm an air conditioning company, and my company is Pleasant Space Limited. It's one of the few air conditioning companies, locally air conditioning companies in the country. And when I started my company, I started with a bank loan. I didn't have the money. But because I had a very good prepayment plan from the client, the banks were able to support me. And I began from here, and my first business was those who were in Accra, Buelah, the one behind the colorful ones. There were 100 apartments. That is where I began. And from there, I was able to move on. And so it depends upon the kind of job that you are looking at. If you have a very good payment plan and you have a very good proposal, in one way or the other, you could get somebody, especially some of the banks who want to grow with you, to help you to be able to move on as a young entrepreneur. And so these things are all there. But before you can also take advantage of these things, there are a few things that I think that we need to put in place. Many people are sitting here, they call themselves businessmen, but they don't have business registrations. Is that true or false? It's true. So if you haven't registered your company, you haven't started. Because if you want support from even a family or friends or whoever, and you don't have registration, and you are working, nobody will look at your face. So it's important. And I say that God is there to support, but what you can do, God will not do for you. And so if it comes to registrations, you need to put your papers together, get your company registered. It could be an enterprise, it could be a limited liability company. You can start with a sole proprietorship. And when you start with that, have your bank account opened with that thing. And any person that you get, put it in that account. And that savings will one day help you to be able to access loans or support from the bank. So this registration is very important. Again, there are professional certificates that you need. If you're in the building industry, for example, Ministry of Works and Housing gives certificates. And you cannot build without having a certificate from them. Air conditioning, electricals, plumbing, you all need some kind of certification from the electricals. You have to take it from Energy Commission or from Electricity Corporation. You get the two. When you have all these certificates, then you have positioned yourself to be able to move on as a Christian entrepreneur, where you can easily get jobs and get things from people. When I look at the building industry, where I am very familiar with, there are a lot of subcontracts. You may not be able to get a building like this to do, but then you can get subcontracts from people. When I started, I was doing air conditioning. I was going around looking for, when I go for air conditioning jobs, I will ask for electricals and plumbing. Then I will give those things to people who are in that industry, and then I'll take my commissions from them. And that is perfect. And so when you get some of these things going, then you can gradually be building up on your business. You get money from left and from right. I have done painting before. And I said that entrepreneur, what you need to do is to be able to organize human beings to work for you. You don't need to be a subject matter expert. But so long as you are able to bring people together to be able to do things for you, that should be fine. Tiling, there are a lot of things that I can say. And these are the areas that if you don't have anything at all to think about, people think around you. You are not supposed to invent, but you're supposed to think that are already there. How are you going to improve upon them to be able to make money and to make a living and to establish and employ people? And so it is not that you need to create something that nobody has done. That is not what that entrepreneur is supposed to be. If you are able to do that, that is fine. Otherwise, whatever is there, then we are supposed as an individual to try and improve upon them. There are some people who don't have restaurants, but they sell food, isn't it? They have organizations, and I know in Accra, places that people cook from their house, they package them and send them to the banks, and they have their customers ready. They know what they are supposed to sell to them on a daily basis. If today is fufu and banku, it will be sent, and that is what the customers have asked for. And they have about several of such places to sell to. You don't need to have a restaurant. But if you have a kitchen in your house, you can begin something from there. There are other things that you can do without. I've spoken to a Baba who comes to my house. In Tema, for example, I said, Amidst is close by you. There are other estates around. Go to their meeting. Tell them that I'm a Baba. Tell them that I'm a hairdresser. And therefore, you tell them that I want to come to your house to do something for you. You go there, you don't even take anything. Ask them, especially in this time where coronavirus, everybody's afraid of. Encourage them to buy their own machines to do their thing, everything. You go to their house, you use their machines, you use their sperming creams, you use everything about them. Then they pay you more than they would have paid if they have come to your house, to your salon, because you have gone there to do work for them. So you need to look around and see the many things that are around you to be able to begin something for yourself. I have spoken about building beauty salons, event centers, sales. I could sell anything I wanted to sell. When I began, I was selling toothbrushes. And there was a very special toothbrush that had 1 stick and 4 heads. And I was making 100% on it. Perfect. I'll put them in my car boot and I'll run to, I was a graduate, all right, but I'll go to Kapoha, I'll carry them, I have agents all over the place, and I was distributing them. So you can begin something from your own small corner, but you need to be careful the way you go about it. I want to look at a few things that as a successful person you need to know, which Mr. Moabin has already spoken about some of them. But not to bore you, I'll just say a few things that you need to go through. And the first is that you must decide to succeed. There are some people who are sitting here. When our brother said, how many of you would want to travel if there's the opportunity? I saw some hands, and I was sad for you people. Because it's very difficult out there. It's easier making money in Ghana to making money in the US or in the UK. And I will say this thing anywhere I go, because I'm convinced that at home, there's a lot of things that you can do. In my house, there is a gardener who I pay for $600 a month. He comes there twice or once a week. How many times in a month? 4 times, and I pay $600. And he has other adjoining houses that they work. How much money is he not making? I believe that if you are a church member and you are here and you needed a mower to start something like that, I believe that you can get somebody to support you to begin learning about what? Gardening. It doesn't take the skyrocket to be able to learn how to do gardening. So I am only trying to say that as far as what we can do is concerned, you must make up your mind that you are going to succeed. And with God on your side, and with determination and hard work, you should be able to make it. You can begin one business from a small corner before you end up. I started with toothbrushes. I was selling to organizations, institutions, talking to credit unions and welfare groups in offices. And before I could say, Jack, one day here I am as an air conditioning specialist. I am not doing the Entrepreneurship Hospital. I'm doing the Kumasi KKGT Hospital. I check almost all the buildings. They have done about 60% or 50% of jobs, including the business school and those areas. But I am not an engineer. I did social science in the university. And so that is how far God could bring a person. So if you are determined to succeed, there's no way you cannot succeed. And so you need to take the mantle and begin to work hard. That is the point that you need to do. We have spoken about financial planning, and we have spoken about the areas where you can get whatever you want. We've spoken about right products, and you must be disciplined. If the market don't begin to buy big cars, and that is the challenge that many Ghanaian businesses have. Immediately they begin having money, they begin to buy big cars and big buildings. They don't have reserves, and you don't have the money to be able to, when in hard time like this era. I haven't sacked one single person from my office because of the virus. No. And I'm still looking more for more workers. I came to Kumasi 2-3 weeks ago. I went to some few churches looking for technical people, technicians, air conditioning technicians. Unfortunately, I didn't get. And so when people say that there are no work, there are no jobs in Ghana, it's because of the training and the kind of training that we have. Because in those areas, in the technical areas, electricians, plumbing, air conditioning, and things, there are times that you will go to even the schools to look for them, and they are no more. They are not there to get. But you have all kinds of degrees sitting around without knowing what to do with themselves. So we need to look at some of these areas. And as I've said, you don't need to be a technician or an engineer to be able to start something engineering. And so the determination and the discipline is very important. You need to advertise. You need to make people know what you do. And for today, luckily for us, social media is all over the place. Anything you put on them, you get people who will come and begin to ask and knock at your doors. You need to acquire some skills. Even though I am not an engineer, before I entered into air conditioning, I read almost any paper that comes across my way. I go on the net, I will study. I take catalogs from all kinds of air conditioning companies until I had a lot of ideas. In fact, I trained my engineers, and they will tell you that I trained them. And if you went to a site and you brought a proposal and I'm not happy about it, I'll tell you that I'm not happy about this application. I think that this application or that one is better than this because of 1, 2, 3. And in most cases, I win the battle. Not because I'm the chief executive, but because I understand the job that I am doing. And so I want you to, whatever thing that you want to do, it's important for you to have some kind of skills. Go for training. My principals trains. They come here, we go to abroad, and you train. And when you are trained, you have the capacity to be able to direct and to know what it is. When I go to a site, for example, then the first thing that I look at is when we have finished the building, where are you going to get water, for example, to do servicing? Where are you picking the air conditioners? Especially when I see buildings like that and I see air conditioning outdoors hanging on buildings, I become disturbed. It made the aesthetics of the building a bit ugly. And if you have an architect who has an eye, will not allow people to do it, but they are all over the place. Apartment buildings, you see all of them. Either you put them on rooftop or you put them on the ground, or find a safe place where you can put them so that at least the beauty of the building will be seen. So these things, I think that as a technical person, even though I'm not a technical person, when I see what I know what to do. Customer care. Big Brother spoke about it, and it's very important. The reason for the business is your customers, and it is important for you to understand and treat them as kings and queens. They say that the customer is always what? Right. And it is true. Because if you don't treat them, one customer can destroy your business. There was one morning we were coming to Kumasi with my wife. We're coming for a funeral. Then on the road, somebody called me. My daughter called and said, Daddy, somebody has posted something about your company. I called them, and we had done something for him at Eburi. Then there was a leakage, and air conditioning and leakages. If you are not careful and not particular, you can have it. Then the customer's son wrote something bad about the company in the Facebook. I quickly called the father and I said, why about this? Meanwhile, he was even owing me about 90% of the cost of the cost of the project. That is beside the point. So it's important. One person who is not happy can destroy your business. And so we need to treat our customers with all kinds of respect. Treat them as kings. Make them feel happy so that your business will grow. They will send your business and tell people what about it. Correct pricing. During this virus, I saw the shields and the way people were selling it. Even though it was not very expensive, it could go up to 100, 120, 200 cedis. But the actual price was not up to 50 cedis. But people were selling all kinds of things at all kinds of prices. But then if you do that and your customer see that you are cheating him, what do you think he will do? If you look at those days, I don't know now, but those days, pricing of items, 999, 699 is 700. But taking 1 cedi from it makes a difference, isn't it? So it's important to do correct pricing. Don't go and do incorrect or cheat people because there's scarcity in the system. You don't take undue advantage, because here we are saying that we are raising godly entrepreneurs. And therefore, you don't do things that is not right and honest. And so it's important to do some of these things. Then to succeed, you need to consult. Talk to people who have the know-how. If you don't have it, talk to them, and they will be able to help you to navigate your way through life, and especially in your business. Improve whatever is in the system. Whatever you are doing, competition in this country and the world is very huge. And therefore, whatever you are doing, you will need to improve upon it. If it is packaging, when you started, whatever way we started it, before 10 years, 15 years, it shouldn't be the same package. Things must change for people to see that there's growth in your business and in your system. And that, for me, is very important. Then you need teamwork. My brother spoke about it. In your office, you may be the boss. Just consider and calm down and share ideas with people. They will help you. You help them. You grow them together. When the money comes, share with them. Very important. Before the end of last month, we didn't have so much money in the office. But because of the situation now in the country and across the world, we sat as management and we said, no, we can't increase salaries. But what we can do is to give 50% money to everybody so that can cushion them for the rest of the year. And everybody was happy. They are working, and because they are working for me. And they are the reason why my company is still growing. And so if you want to take every profit, then you may not be able to retain workers in your organization because they think that you are not fair, and that what they have been able to work together to acquire, you are using for your personal, for yourself alone. You need to diversify. I've always been using the telecos as an example. Those days, maybe many of you were not born. Before you can make a call to the US or to any foreign country, you have to go to the post office. Go and book and queue and talk. Whilst you are talking, people are standing behind you. Then pay phones came. Then you see a space-to-space and a communication center. Now what? everybody in line will have to know how to run and to monitor things that are sent to site. So if you have a typical shop, you have stock taking, whatever you are doing, the stocks are very important to be able to work around it. You need to work hard and you need to be honest. These things are very important for every individual to be able to grow your business. I've already spoken about areas that you can look at, and there are a lot of them. I cannot mention all of them here, but all that I'm trying to say is that for businesses to succeed, you need your financials right, you need your support right, and know that you need to pay yourself, and do all the statutory things. After, if you are a business person, your Senate is very important. I pay Senate. I am on pension. I'm taking my Senate. I'm taking my pay as a full-time chief executive of my institution. And so you need your Senate. You need your VAT. You need all the things that you're supposed to do and pay your taxes to government. And all these things are done. Otherwise, one day, you may find yourself at the wrong side of the law. God bless you. Amen.
Thank you, Elder. Whilst Elder was speaking, I went here, and some of you whispered to some of the coordinators, the facilitators, won't you allow us to ask questions? They've spoken beautifully. We have what? Questions. And I said, okay, if then, instead of having the panel discussion, we'll call the speakers here, so that you can ask them all the questions you want to ask. So the panel discussion is in two sections. The first one will be for the speakers. Then you could ask all the questions you want to ask. So we'll humbly ask our brother Frank, Pizza Man, because so that Mrs. Stella, doctor, will come, and then Mr. Netherland will also join us, because it's time for questions. All the questions you have, please ask them. Thank you. Show some love to our brother. Then we'll call Mr. Afram. Yes. Then we'll call Dr. Mrs. Irene Stella Ejenim Boatin. So please, let's see by hand those who want to ask questions. Question time. 1, 2. So number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 5. So please, upstairs, could you please come down for us? 5. Microphones are here. Okay. 6. So number 1.
Thank you very much. My question is, as a young person, Madam Stella talked about how to manage those up. So as a young person, I've started something, and those that have the technical know-how on my business are people that are older than me. How do I manage them very well that I don't, in a way, disrespect them, and also I try to keep my business moving and the core values of the business is intact? That is the first question. The next question is, you have a team. The team that you are working with, there are someone in it that have a skill that is very crucial to the business. You are a startup, so you don't have the funds to employ a lot of people. But there's this kind of attitude from that person that is not helping the business, how do you go about it?
Next one, please.
Please, my name is Desmond Sopwe.
Please, if it's possible, you could tell us whom you want to address the question to.
Okay. My first question goes to the sales manager. Say, I'm into DO checks, and then DO checks poultry best, that the DO one, the small ones. And then my problem is, whenever I do my adverts on social media, when some farmers call me, at times they ask of foreign ones, but mine is locally hatched ones with from a reputable company, an Indian company. And at times, when I tell them the best are quality, and at times I show them pictures of it, and they say they want foreign one. Please, how can I change a Ghanaian mindset from foreign best to local ones, which are quality? And then my second question goes to my boss, Mr. Mwabeng. Please. That was the first one. It was going to the sales one, yeah. And the second one goes, yes, please. The second one is, how was you? Were you able to manage the crisis when you were going through the turbulent hour of your growth? If it is clear, how do you manage the crisis?
Thank you. We will take a question from here.
Yeah, my question goes to Captain Kofi Amwabeng. I want to ask how you can advise tell the youth who want to go into entrepreneurship. From your story, I heard two things, or one thing that struck me. You appear to have a midnight encounter. I've forgotten the first one, but the second one had to do when you were asked for a loan of 2,000 and you were given 300, and you came home and you said, in the night something struck you. I want to believe that every person has that capacity or gift, whereby when you are meditating, when you are cool in the night, ideas drop on you and you meditate about it. We are in the age where technology, by way of phones, have made us so much occupied, and you stick to it even midnight before you realize you are dozing off of your phone. What advice will you give to the youth such that they will disassociate themselves from the phones for a period and then meditate for ideas to drop so that they can capitalize on it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next one. Okay, so please let the panelists, the speakers respond to the question. They want 3 at a time. So.
All right, so I think I had the first 2 questions. The first one was talking about, as a young person, establishing your company, employing older people, and how to handle these older people in your business. One thing that we must all understand is that if you are an owner of a business, remember that you have taken a certain strategic decision and you are responsible for the people that you employ. But you need to also understand that everybody comes to the table with some skill, with the basic primary indication of a human being. And so there is a need for us to show respect to each other. It doesn't matter whether you are older or younger. And if you remember in my presentation, I talked about how you manage the various generations. You need to understand where everybody is coming from in terms of the generational gap, if there is. But respect is basic. Respect is a common denominator. You must show that respect. And I think Mr. Mwabeng talked about that. That when you show that respect to people, and they feel that even as the owner of the business, you are showing respect to them, they reciprocate. But you do not want a situation where, because you are the owner, you treat everybody like filth. Then you will have that kind of challenge. I think the other one is that in every organization, when you start, we talk about entrepreneurship, and sometimes the problem we have, or even in organized formal public sector, private sector, whatever, I think that the challenge that sometimes we have is that a lot of people set up their companies and they forget about setting the rules and the policies and procedures that should drive the agenda for the organization. Because where 2 or 3 people are gathered in a business, there is likely to be some kind of confusion, disparities, variances. And so you need to be sure that you have your HR policies right. People that is disseminated and communicated to your staff, so everybody knows where to draw the lines and you know how to work as a team. Again, if you are the owner of a business, sacrificing is a very important thing. And my husband mentioned it, that there are times that you actually have to even sacrifice what should come to you for your people to see that you really care about them. And so that is also important. And when you do that, age will therefore not be a barrier. Age will not be a barrier, but it will rather be supportive. And people who are older may have older, but you go in knowing that you must operate from a certain level where I must show them the respect. When you do, the likelihood of they showing that respect back to you for you to be able to, it's easier. The second question to do attitude of in your, and you need let everybody understand, whether it is private or public or whatever, nobody is indispensable. And when each and every one of us thinks that we are not indispensable, then it means that that expertise that you have, but it is not the only, the person will not be the only expertise. And it's important that we give feedback.
How to change the Ghanaian mindset around local or locally produced products. The thing is, this is one of the key things that I was working with when I came to Ghana. So when I came to run Jumia Food, which is an online food delivery service, And what I saw is that 40% plus minus of the food that we were selling, or even less, I think back then it was like around 30% of the food that we were selling was local food, foreign pizzas, nothing against pizzas, talking salads, I'm talking foreign foods, the foods that we typically don't necessarily eat on a daily basis. Now, for me, that was an issue. So I went to the bottom of it. Why is it such that I'm in Ghana, but we are not selling and we are not buying Ghanaian foods? And for us, our research brought us two reasons why that was the case. For one, it wasn't as attractive, right? So I think we heard it earlier. There was a lady that said that the locally produced product wasn't as attractive. And sometimes it's true. It will come in some, polythene bag. It will come in some recycled bag. It just looks funny, right? Typically when a pizza comes, it comes in a nice pizza box. The whole experience in terms of opening the box is hot, is different from you buying omutuo and soup, and the soup coming in a polythene bag, almost spilled. So it wasn't as attractive and also not as conducive, right? So typically also for us, the local foods, it came, if you are ordering local food, let's say you are at your office and you don't have any other bowl, how would you be able to consume soup and bankung or soup and fufu if it doesn't come in a proper, ready-to-go box? So we had to change these things. And we actually did a whole campaign making sure that we had the right kind of packaging, right? So we had the bowls, sustainable bowls that people can eat from right away. So that was one of the problems solved. The other problem is about perception. How do you value? Again, we go back to the value part. How do you value your own food? Value also leads to you packaging things in a certain way. To really attach a value to it, you'll package it in a certain way. So we had to change the way our people look at local food, and we set up a whole local food campaign. Each and every Friday, we'll have discounts on local food, but not just discounts. We'll make sure that everyone understands that local food can be premium as well. If you ask the average person, it's not an issue to pay 70 cedis for a pizza. People do it all the time, 70 cedis, 80 cedis. But ask someone to pay 80 cedis for banku and tilapia, or 100 cedis, someone will say it's expensive. Meanwhile, you are paying the same for the pizzas, for the foreign foods. And it's all because of perception. So what we did, we invested into kaftans. So the same kaftan that I'm wearing, we had branded kaftans on the Friday. We had the local food Friday. So basically everything around Ghana was made in such a way that it's attractive. Our riders would come, normally they would be in t-shirts, but then on Fridays they'll come in kaftans. There would be like extra things around the local experience for people to now believe that indeed our local foods and our locally produced products also deserve a particular kind of class. So to maybe answer the question a bit more concisely, first try to get to the bottom of the reason why people prefer the foreign poultry products rather than the locally produced ones. It may be that it's just a perception. It may actually also be that maybe they're bigger, maybe there's something around it, but you can actually find a way to understand why the customer is going for the foreign foods, and then also tailor your product such that it will fit the local appetite. I told you I've sold everything and anything. At some point I was selling tilapia, right? And I actually have customers that wanted the locally produced tilapia rather than the outside ones, because the locally produced ones were natural. There's always ways and means of finding a way to portray your products such that it fits the value points of whoever you're selling towards. So I hope that answers your question.
I think there was a question about management of the UT crisis. I think you were talking about the assumption of the bank by the government and so on and so forth, right? Yeah? Are we on the same page? Okay, now the thing about running the company successfully and in the highlights and all that, if you hit a crisis, there are two things. One, you must have faith in yourself and in your God. That's most important. Have faith in yourself and in your God, and also have humility. If you're not humble, you won't last when there's a crisis. I mean, I'm saying that because I go to the very bank where I was CEO and everything, and then the bank was assumed, and one Saturday I was just going to my village and I realized I needed some money. So I wrote a check and walked into UT Bank at GCB Bank at the airport. And when I got there, people were running helter-skelter. What's the guy coming to do here? And I didn't see anything wrong. So the girls came out and then just said, Chief, go to your car, we'll bring the money. I said, why? I'm a customer, I have my money here. And they quickly served me brand loose and then got me out of the place. But the point is, when I was the boss, I was queuing in the same building in the cafeteria. And I don't think I'm better than the next person. So what the process is, I take myself through it. So you need humility to survive. I know a lot of people who get high blood pressure and die and all sort of things. In fact, my doctor friend said we should see a clinical psychologist. Immediately after the bank was taken, I said, who, me? Me, I won't die. So believe in yourself, believe in faith, and be humble at all times. You are just an ordinary person. There are 7.8 billion or so people in this world. You are only one. God damn, you're fine day. So that's basically it. The other one is, came from here, meditating for ideas. I think you answered your own question. You say, the Nyansa was Sumyem or something like that. Sumyema, Emma Juni. It is so true. Most of the big ideas come when you are lying in bed, and sometimes it's worrying you when you don't sleep. Sometimes you just wake up and say, why didn't I do this? That's the solution. And the scientists have it that you should sleep about 8 hours a day. If you get minimum 6, anything short of 6, you are dying. You are killing yourself. So make sure you get good sleep. If you can't sleep, take a shot of something, appetition or cognac, and go to bed and sleep. I mean, you don't carry all the world's problems. So just think about your problems, find solutions, and if it's not coming, go to bed. Don't use drugs. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. My name is Barbara. My question goes to Dr. Stella. On TV and on social media, you see ladies starting businesses with 300 cedis. Then the next day, they are riding all the big cars, living in the mansion. So Dr. Stella, can you please tell us how we can also multiply our 300 cedis so that we can start driving the big cars? Then the next question goes to Mr. Kofi Amobi, Mr. Captain. Banks are folding up. The smaller banks are folding up. So as an entrepreneur, how do you advise me? What should I do? Where should I save? Who should I look to?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes, I'm saying the smaller banks are folding up. So, yes, it's like the big ones are swallowing the smaller banks. So, as a smaller entrepreneur like myself, where do I go? Who should I talk to? If I need loans, where should I go? So these are my two questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Okay, please, my name is Lily from KNUST. Last semester, I started selling spring rolls, that's frozen and fried rolls.
Your question goes to?
I think.
Captain?
No, the salesman.
Sales, okay.
Yes. So it was based on orders. Then when I started with free delivery. I don't know if I made a mistake during that, but then right now, you ask them to pay for delivery and then it has become a problem because delivery on campus is very expensive. You'd have to pay 5 cedis for delivery on campus. So, for instance, the spring roll is 15 cedis for a pack, and then the person would have to pay 5 cedis for delivery. So it has discouraged them, and then right now my sales has gone down. So I want to get advice on what to do.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I'd like to address it to. And Captain made a profound assertion.
Hello.
And it really resonates with something I believe in. That the crisis today isn't really about Ukraine or whatever, but a lot has changed when it comes to how humans are behaving. To us, it looks like we project a narrative. I should go.
Please come again.
The assertion crisis we experience today is more of people, how people have changed, much more than anything else. And my question is, it looks like, much of the narrative we hear makes entrepreneurship a solo venture. And if you look at the list or the set of things the elder articulated, it's a very tall list. It is that one night, one place.
It's breaking.
All right, thank you. So maybe let me just have a quick recap. I can have it here. Let me have a quick recap. I was saying the profound assertion made by Captain that we are experiencing a crisis outside of what we know, all those global crises and external factors. A lot has changed with regards to how humans relate to each other. And I'm asking this question, and it also refers to what Elder articulated. Entrepreneurship is really hard work. From compliance, customers, product, etc. It's tough. Question is, why do we make it look, or why have we projected entrepreneurship as a solo venture as opposed to really working together, whether at a partner level, team level, etc.? Why do we make it look so, and where do we go from that stage?
Thank you. The next person.
Hello, thank you. Program be say no, ya baby. I'm a nurse by profession, but mejai. Me pacho wo, some would say what fefe, sebio. Yani e wahei, ke ye 3 man na say ya dreamer, and ke ayese man ke ye pepa. But minim say, enye one time pen a mo fiti na mo ayesi. Enti metie me ba na man pacho wo na wo kasa. Metie nipa be 3 as a saying. Yen ene youth no. Yempe esom yempe say yebehye obi ase ye na entrepreneur and de yo te say de papa ye bia wotutu kwan waton tilapia wa yesi eye pa but before say we betima as a captain because na wo kasa na me wa ha na enye 1 day job enti pa show me pese nka maba ha bi de eja krache for papa wa ha sebio ka mo be boa yen Nanka ye mebunu ya ye be mo be kire yen say say yesua bibi ansa na yedru ho because the entire most of entrepreneurs no yentimi endru baby a
Please, she's on the floor. Could you please allow her speak because the panel has to respond.
She said, Captain, the entire wotimi dru baby a wodru ye no or start free baby. Inti mpacho wo anka me stress nka ye nyampon ye die because ma twenya asa ade no me ye nurse a mejai no abele was na me ton me ni mikunu so ye driver but ma wo so wo kasa no ka say we should love what we do de bia me kasa me nyobi tu me fo anka man ko ye nurse no because atade de efe minim kasa but me drew hospital ho na say ma ye bibi but me pia bonten kra na say hanki we ne kura me e kwan a mefa so am obi ato no so easy me we are nipa kron so osere me so mesere me say nyame mfa so enti de bia am ka say me me obi to me fo ankama nkoye nurse but me ka say nyame an munyam say abele no me kuna gya na adwuma me nso me gya ma adwuma eno na ehwe ye mma de enti am ka say me sua free baby and I still me say person me tra baby a doctor kra wo me
enti antimpacho e den na o pese
me question ne say me pese anka omoboa yen say so say ye bedru baby omo wo no e de ne den e na say say youth ayaba no ye betimi aye ana esua ansa na yetimi adru
bia omo edru no beautiful 3
Yes. I'm Pastor Daniel Pukweje. We want to thank God for this program. And I want to congratulate all our facilitators. I've been sitting here listening quietly to all your deliveries. And mine will be in a form of probably advice to the young ones and the elderly, probably, who also have something to tell them. In our modern Ghana here, very few people can be trusted. You take a mason, you take a driver, you take a teacher, you take a nurse. People cannot be trusted. So those who have money to invest in the young ones, the moment they start working, they want to earn big money in a short time, and it ends them being sacked. So this is the first thing I want to probably impress upon the minds of the people here, that to get to the top, to where Captain Kofi Amwabin is, one, you have to know that he passed through the military. So he disciplined himself. Even though the bank or whatever is collapsed, he's still disciplined, and he has that enthusiasm to do the right thing at the right time. So that is my first point. The second point is that we should have faith in God. We should have faith in God, because people these days just go to church, but they don't have actual faith in God, so that gradually they can be moving along the life ladder. So this is my second point. And my third point is that there is reward in hard working. And like some of the panelists said, I mean, you can do other things beside what you have been trained to do. They should spend a little more outside their given time, or probably the time they have to close from work and things like that. And their works will be seen, and gradually they can also get somewhere. Thank you very much.
As the panel responds to the question, we would like to bring to our attention that we have 20 seconds. 20 seconds to ask your question. So if I see you whining and going around, merry-go-round, I will just conclude your questions for you. And what do we say to that?
All right. So I'll be addressing the question around free delivery. Right, so to recap, I think the lady said she started her business with free delivery of her products. Now she wants to go back to charging delivery, and it's become an issue. Again, two things. First of all, I would never, ever recommend starting with free things. Once your clients get used to free, it's very tough to indeed get them to now all of a sudden charge or to pay for something they've been enjoyed for free, firstly. So I would never start with making free your basis. In this particular case, what you can do though is that you can find a way to stack your orders. I think you mentioned that it is going to campus. Where's the lady seated actually? Because I'm talking in the, very good. It's going to campus, right? So it's going to, which is an advantage, it's going to one particular point of orientation. So what you can do is that you can limit the delivery times. right? You can limit the delivery time such that you can stack the orders. Let's say you have, 3 delivery times in a day. In the morning, in the afternoon, and then maybe like at the end of the afternoon, for instance, right? Since you are stacking deliveries, either you subsidize the delivery to like a lower point or still maintain the free delivery. I would still charge, right? Charge a lower amount, even if it's 1 cedi, 2 cedi, 3 cedi. Charge something which is lower than the delivery they would otherwise pay, right? So you kind of give people an option. And then those that actually want things delivered at a different time, they would have to pay more for the delivery, right? So you're now giving people an option to pay less. So never ever start with free, because it's tough to get people to pay for something they've been enjoyed freely, and find a way to give them options, all right? And the easy way is to stack orders, limit the delivery times, give them particular times they can order at, and give them a subsidized fare. You can still do free delivery, but don't make it a given. It can be a one-off, every Friday or you look at your orders. When are my orders not necessarily coming? Then make sure that that's the time where you just give the free delivery, right? I hope that answers your question a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Thank you.
All right.
Captain.
I think there's a question about getting money from the smaller banks or something. In our space, there are the big banks, there are the state-owned banks, there are the medium to small banks, but of course the minimum capital is the same, but the smaller banks are vying for new clients to grow with. And also, apart from the banks, you also have the microcredit, and the finance houses, and so on and so forth. So I think you should have a relationship, especially with the microcredit. Once you start depositing monies with them, then you can take loans from them and then grow your business alongside them. So don't be stuck on banks alone. Look for a microcredit, especially where they have the expertise and they have the experience with small businesses, and start a relationship with them. So that just look across the board and you can find a bank that fits your need. There is also the question about the crisis caused by people. In the case of UT, it wasn't just the culture that left. There were a whole lot of issues. One of them was politics. Because some of the things and the accusations that I had didn't make sense. But it's not just politics. When we got our act wrong and we were not liquid and we had to go to Bank of Ghana for liquidity support, it made us vulnerable. And therefore, the government could take a decision to close the bank. Personally, I don't have anything against or bear anybody a grudge, because we Ghanaians voted this government into power to act on their behalf. So pragmatically, Ghanaians closed down UT Bank, not any individual. And that's how I see it. And I'm only one person. I tried my best, provide opportunities and things like that. If Ghanaians are saying that enough is enough, okay, I pack my bag and continue with my life. So it's not just that the people spoiled, but as I hinted, when we lost our culture, people became dishonest, they felt they were not getting their due, and so on and so. For example, when we got new management, bankers into the system, and some of them were raw thieves. They were running away from their companies. And they were heads of departments. So they came with cultures that clashed with our cultures. And in fact, in some cases, the original UT staff with the right culture were branded to be brash and not respectful. Because I had trained them with a culture where you walked into my office without knocking. And then you bring a Nigerian head of department and you walk into his office without knocking. He doesn't understand. So, to the point where even our own UT staff, the right culture, said, if they are stealing, then we should all steal. So that's one aspect of the culture and the people. But there were other things, like issues that we had with deposits, with clients, with IT, and so on and so forth. That will be available in my third book. But the first book is entitled Humble Beginnings, that you have here. The second book is about building a winning team, the success and the recognition. And the third book is about becoming a bank and going down. So take your time, you get all that information. The last question was about growth of SMEs. That is a roundabout. I'll say Wajai nursing Oi. Oh, what's wrong? Also Wajai nursing I think the whole day. You are too able to say I can never as any pie here to grow business. Being said you should, and yes, I was starting not wage a whole. You should be improving yourself. Well, what do you say? There, kakra, share marketing, share if you like, if you crack school, you can be selling a brownie there, and then you are pursuing your masters. I don't know the level I will work because business into baby, you need somebody who is a bit deep to handle it. In this outbound, you can't grow the business, or you bring so-called experts and they will take the business away from you, or they will kill the business. One, develop yourself. Two, and starting because say no grow business save your money, keep costs low, build capacity, invest in other opportunities. Obi one more start an autumn kuku. No one who's in Katia, so I won't be sad. No one in Katia account. I was a co-saver boy, not the co-saver. You put the money back in the business. And so on and so forth. So it's a good thing that one trans and you are quite happy about it. Always find where you have a talent and where you have the knowledge and you have the passion. I'll tell you one thing. Oh yeah, Juma, what we all say, no, I'm passionate about it. Passion comes from two loves. One, loving what you do as in the product or the service. You believe say it will help people. And two, loving people. Because you look at people and said, I will use this service to improve their lives and to touch their lives and make their lives a better place. Now, when you see the effect of your service or product on people, you wake up in the morning and go and do it again and again and again. That is passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before Dr. Stella responds to that, we would like to bring to your attention that after break, after taking our lunch and after going to the exhibition, we have another questioning and answer section. So we'll humbly ask our friends here, the participants who want to ask questions, to move to the second part of the question and answer. I hope you bear with us. So the second part will move you there. Thank you very much for your understanding, Doc.
Right, so I think there are two quick ones that I just want to add my voice to. There was a lady who mentioned the fact that somebody starts a business with 300 cedis and the next moment the person is riding a big car, if that is what I got. Yes, I think that as individuals, we always need to know what we stand for. It is important to compete with yourself as against competing with someone. Competing with yourself means that you always want to look at who you are, what you are, as I talked about the SWOT, and see where you can better yourself or make a better version of yourself, and not what somebody is doing. In any case, I always believe that you don't know where people's income sources are coming from. I mean, let's assume, and typically when you say that, it is either the person is not setting his or her priorities right. It is even possible that, you know, whatever untoward compromises is what has gotten the person that car. It is also possible that the person has a family that, you know, has been able to give her a car. I mean, there could be multiple sources, but I think that typically the moment we see people either doing certain things which is out of the norm, it is most likely for us to think of the negative first. Think about what you can do, because, I mean, like we all said, when we all started, and I mean, when we all started, we're doing things that, you know, other people might think this is demeaning. But you know that that is where, you know, you can build your blocks. The second one, I just want to add a little to Antiness. Statement, a very important part, some kind of kakra meka aka ho and it's what I call parental influence, undue parental influence. Now we are either parents or we will soon be parents. And sometimes our kind of the world, we don't allow our children to go the way that, and just to be indisciplined. But what I mean is we need to guide them and not to dictate so much, especially when it comes to career and those things. There are times that as parents, we feel that what we couldn't do, what we'd love to have done, our children are not as substitutes. We can guide them. If you are not baby, our interest and you're an interest. And I've always asked this question. Sometimes say, sorry in school, career day. And I see the children in all the various uniforms, etc. I ask myself, and I've asked parents many times, is it that time I own information see a better career day, near unya material green, it took a pump, nest at a dear shab of Rano. And as our friend a catcher said that your persuasion and I say, unya, doctor, yes, doctor at a dear, and I share, and now, we need to start having conversations with our children. Yebehu on passion. Yebehu near omunyam, but it doesn't mean say uncle school to say whatever you are doing. I believe was I will who's your marketing, can who's your little accounting, can who's your customer care near it becomes a big business. But Ebia she got into the nursing because if you are quite a nurse, I was all the nurse my. And I me ba we me quiet partners be pa me hu na me ni je agene ho enti no me ba the obey. And those things happen to us, and some parents force and push their children. There was once the story of a young boy whose parents had pushed that he should be in the medicals or he should be a doctor. This boy almost, he missed the medical school grades by just, maybe a few marks or whatever. And the boy committed suicide eventually. Because, and I think he left a note, it was in the news, he left a note that he couldn't satisfy his parents who wanted him to be a doctor. And just on to me, yeah, but a bit strong conversation, it could have been something else. I'm just saying as parents, for us to let our children love what they do and be better versions of themselves, we can guide them, but we don't need to be so dictatorial that they cannot, say no, even when they know that. And so be about SSL, also your science. Obey science course, you be so now, why are you? Also be about Ivory School. Obey school, you be no school, be some of us went up. And but it's okay. I mean, your person, but not so bad guide, to do the right thing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As parents, we need to guide our hearts, children, not to dictate. Thank you very much, Doc. We have a few minutes to do our panel discussion, and the topic is building resilience amidst the current global crisis. It will take just a few minutes, so we are coming to know how to build resilience amidst this word, crisis. And that is simply what we are coming to do. We want to have, so in our midst here, we have the older generation, that is the older entrepreneurs, and we have the young entrepreneurs. You are young. So we have the older captain is part of the young generation now. And then we know the older generation, they've already introduced themselves. So we'll take a few minutes to allow our younger generation to introduce themselves. We'll start with our sister Lois.
Hello, it's working. My name is Lois Danso Bediako, and I run a microcredit enterprise called DAL Microcredit Enterprise. Is that all? Okay. We give petty loans or micro loans to small-scale businesses in quite remote areas, mainly in groups. Though we have few individuals, but mainly in groups. And we also do funeral loans. So basically that's what we do. And then we also give business and financial training to our clients for free. So they will know that
so they will know how to manage the loans they have taken, how to work with the money, how to earn profits, save from it, and all that. And that has really helped us so much to the extent that we don't really have issues with default. And people wonder why we don't. People wonder why probably why other microfinance and microcredit businesses are closing, but ours are still standing, probably because of what we give them. And then Captain said that you take a lot of deposits and all that. Within the industry, we have microfinance and we have microcredits. For the microfinance, they take public deposits, but for the microcredits, we don't. And so that is the difference. We don't take public deposits. We work with our own money, but then we have lots of similarities. And so that is what I'll say I have come so far. And by God's grace, we are doing well. We are doing well.
Okay, my name is Isaac from Paul Manson, and I'm the creative director for one of the leading fashion brands in Ghana, Kweku Outlook. And in my capacity, can you hear me? Terry talked about personal branding, so I'm trying to personally brand myself in my voice. So, all right. So I'm saying my name is Isaac from Paul Manson, and I'm the creative director for one of the leading fashion brands in Ghana, Kweku Outlook. Yes, and then in my position as the creative director, we set trends. When I say we set trends, I mean we bring styles and then designs for a period of time to give our clients for every year. And then what we've added on is we give styling advices to people. So we have about 20 to 25 people where we arrange what and what they should wear. Somebody like Adajenim has a busy schedule, so I will take it upon myself and arrange what and what you to wear for every event, and I'll take a few coins from him. And then also we plan events for other people when it comes to fashion, and then we sell anything fashion, shirts, kaftans, casual wears, and everything fashion. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. So my next question to you, Kweku, since you are holding the mic, is that could you please share with us the challenges you face in your business, and you could link it to even the COVID time up to now, how you've been able to meander through the challenges?
Okay, so in my line of work, the basic challenge now, which is everywhere, is human resource. And I think we've already talked about it, so I want to move to the next one. We have a problem with piracy and copying. What happens is we take the time to bring out the designs out there. There are people who have bigger capacities to produce. So now what happens is the things that you bring out, they are ready to produce them for you and make money. And then because our copyright rules are not so much tightened, you can't even chase them. You even spend so much time in trying to work on them. So that has been a bigger problem for us. So now what we are doing is we try to use fabrics and then designs and things that are not so common and scarce. But in that so do you cannot even produce a lot of them because you're done with the few sampling fabrics that are around, and then now you can't produce anymore. So that is the basic challenge in my field of work.
Okay, and the solution is that you are using the uncommon fabric to solve the challenge. Beautiful. Lois, could you please?
All right, yes. We had major issues during the COVID time. Yes, and one of them was the fact that, you see, one advantage I have, or I say a strength I have at my workplace is that we have honest clients and honest staff. And these are clients we have worked with for so many years. And defaults wasn't, wasn't a problem with them. And now COVID all of a sudden happens. There's a lockdown. And because we deal with petty traders, some of them sell perishable goods. They have gone for their goods from maybe outside Kumasi or something like that. All of a sudden, there's a lockdown. They can't cross over. And so their products have to go bad. That is one of them. We had clients who sell food in schools. All of a sudden, schools have been closed down, and school was closed down for over a year. Most of them were home, okay, and other challenges. And so what we did was, though it's a sole proprietorship, I use we because I have an advisory committee. And so we sat down, we thought through it, and you see, the main reason why I entered into microcredit was the fact that I wanted to impact lives. And so the satisfaction I really derive from my business is that I meet clients and they tell me that because of your money, because of your training, I've been able to achieve this. My business has grown. I've been able to even, get my own house or something like that, take my kids through school. And so I was like, what can we do to also help them in this crisis? And so we had to write off some of our loans off. And that was a very giant step we took. We had to write off some of our loans off, find money, refinance them, and then watch their business grow. And trust me, they are still paying perfectly without default. In fact, they are so much grateful for what we did for them. It's a challenge because it is now a financial issue or burden on us, but gradually we are still paying and gradually we are getting there. And so that was the biggest challenge that we faced.
And you had a
during the COVID time.
perfect solution to that. So as an
Exactly.
entrepreneur
It has
in the
really
most
helped.
difficult time, please consider your clients and know the possible solution to help them so that you win their loyalty. Thank you very much. So we spent almost 4 or 5 hours this morning. As a young entrepreneur, and we have a lot of young entrepreneurs here, what advice have you taken from this older generation? What advice have you taken? Lois, let me start with you.
Okay, thank you. In fact, I am so happy that they talked about some of the things that, I know already. And I've also added, gained more knowledge. And one of them is treating your staff right. Treating them right. Pay them well. When you do that, because we are dealing with money, if you don't pay them well, they will steal from you. And that will be the end of your business. That is one of them. And 2, know the needs of your clients. You see, it's not just about giving out the loans, but what are they using the loans for? After all the due diligence, after everything, if you don't give them that business and financial training, they will not be able to manage the money very well. They will not be able to pay, and your business will go bad. What I want to tell the young generation or my colleagues is that starting is not easy. Okay? But then, like Mommy said, you need to compete with yourself. Yes, you can aspire to be like someone. You can have a mentor. But the thing is, how did the person get there? Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay? And if you give birth to a child and the child starts running, you run away and leave the child. Meaning that you start at one step at a time. You don't start all of a sudden, like somebody said, buying a car. Okay? You have to also learn how to walk under the mercy of the sun and the rain. And that is what I did. I worked under the mercy of the sun of the rain for years. Working for someone before gradually, I was able to gain the experience to also work for myself right now. And you need to do lots of savings too. It is very important. It's an advice I give to people. Do lots of savings so that you can start a business with the little money that you have. It's not advisable to start a business with a loan. Start with the little that you have and then gradually watch the money grow. Get an advice from a professional, somebody who will guide you during those periods so that as your money grows, little by little, then if you need extra hand, then you can go for a loan to invest in the business, for the business to grow. And don't think that when you start a business, immediately you gain profits.
Yeah.
Okay? The fact that somebody is making profits, how did the person make it? You start, and the fact that you start doesn't mean you make profit. You can start maybe after 6 months, 6 months to 1 year. Sometimes the best you can get is to break even. Is to break even. That's why it's not advisable to go for a loan. And so you start gradually and reinvest the profits in the business. Reinvest the profits in the business. Then gradually build the business. Once you build the business and you pay yourself, I think that's one thing Captain talked about it. Learn to pay yourself. Other than that, you'll be stealing from the money. Just as you wouldn't want your staff to steal from you, you might end up stealing from your money and your capital will be over. And so pay yourself just like you pay everyone else, and don't tap into the business money. Okay, don't say I have maybe economic, personal, financial issues at home. And so the best place to go is to tap into your business money. If you pay yourself, at the end of the month, you also receive salary just like your staff. There's no way you will tap into that business. And so you watch your business grow. And then as it grows, you realize that you are making, and invest into other things as well. Because anything can happen. Invest into other things as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Quickly, 30 seconds. Do you have?
Okay, so I'll make it snappy. One, I've learned that you need to stick to your core values as a business. Sometimes pressure to change and copy other people on what they are doing. For example, when I started, I was there and I got a call to come to the VC's office, and then he needed some outfits. Immediately when I got there, because it was a big office, I thought my products were not enough, were not good for him. So I decided to then sample somebody's outfit for him. And then guess what happened? He told me, no, I've seen these things outside. I saw something in you. That's what I want. So go back and do what you're doing for me. And that's why I realized that you need to stick to your core values. And again, Captain talked about networking. We are here. We have a lot of people, experienced people, big businessmen here. Instead of just taking pictures with them, network, get contacts, tell them what you want and all that. And lastly, know when to pivot. And then produce things that can fit into the market. Know what your customers want. In my area, our services are not so of the essential service. So people will spend on what is left. It's more of the disposable income that they will spend on. So you position your product in a way that they would want to purchase outfits. That is when they will come to you, and there are things that they will actually want. So they will come to you and your business will start growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have last question, then our panel speakers will come in. So let me ask you as a young entrepreneur, if you had an opportunity to ask one thing from these experienced entrepreneurs, tell me, what one thing will you ask?
All right.
So that goes to, I'm speaking for you, so you all listen. What one thing will you ask?
Okay, I want to ask about expansion. One way or the other, as young entrepreneurs, we may want to expand. And over the years, we've seen businesses that expanded and then did well. We see businesses that expanded and actually had issues along the way. So at what point do you expand, and at what rate do you actually expand?
Someone want to respond, 30 seconds.
Okay, expansion will naturally come. As far as the business is concerned, you are doing it for people. Others will see, others will advertise for you. When they start coming, they start knocking at your door. Then that is the time that you need to begin expanding. How do you expand? Because you have a bank, or you have a savings, or you have money that you are trying to save towards expansion. When the time comes, you don't go helter-skelter looking for money. You would have prepared gradually to get there. In business, you don't squander all the money that you get. And as a lady said, somebody gets 300, you gets money, go and buy a flashy car. You can expand. But you need to postpone your consumption, save the monies, and expand when the time comes for you to expand. And that can, especially in your case, maybe during Christmas, Easter, weddings, you get a lot of people coming. Then you need to, and then your location, where you are, is also very important. There are people who are in obscure corners. When we are going there, it's very difficult to go. It makes expansion very difficult. And so you need to position yourself there where you will be known, where you will be seen. And when you are seen, when you are known, and you are in a bigger place, then that is where you can begin buying and adding to your machinery. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain, you wanted to add, or it's okay?
I think Kweku has enumerated a whole lot of things, but what I have to add is that don't be afraid to grow. I think in our presentation, Yao started by showing us big companies in Netherlands and in Switzerland. And I also told you my story about starting with a staff of 4 and going international and everything. Don't be afraid to grow. The thing to do is, as you see the opportunities and you see the demand and customers liking you, don't be afraid to employ people who even are more knowledgeable than you. But get structures and systems in place. And do not fear growth. Because most people are afraid of employing experts because they think, well, they are bringing too much English and things like that. But that is why it's good for you yourself, educate yourself a bit. Make sure you are ahead, not ahead of your staff, but ahead of the game. So you can understand what is going on around you. And get experts when the opportunity gets there. Because what we want to do is to create international companies, and it starts with an SME. And we've shown you how UT started with a staff of 4 and became international. So my appeal is, don't fear expansion. And there's a way of moving into bigger territory. There's a book that I read by one Harari, and it says, when you grow your business, at some point you must reinvent the whole organization. So you start and you are the boss and things like that. It gets to a point where you probably are the chairman or the chief executive or whatever, but you have experts that you're controlling, and let them run the business and listen to their views and grow the business. Don't be scared about it, because it's not just about what to make you happy, but it's about what will impact on mankind, on your country, and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelists. So what you are taking home is that in times of crisis, we need to build what? Resilience. Because resilience will help us overcome every hardship. And in that crisis you find yourself, don't be afraid to what? Expand. But be humble, even in your what? Crisis. And be able to tithe for God, and make sure you pay your tithe by saving, and God will bless your business in Jesus' name. Thank you very much. Thank you, my panel members.
A round of applause for our resource persons. So we'll go on a break for the exhibition as well as the trade fair, and then lunch as well. So when you are going out, lunch is served outside, it's packed, then you take it. Let us please prevent littering. When you are done eating, kindly put it, there are so many refuse around, so kindly put it in the bin for us.
All right, so the trade fair is ongoing at the back there. Let's all move there and ensure that the time they are also spending there will be worthwhile. We have an hour break, exactly 3 p.m. We are back here so we can conclude. And please, the bigger ones who are coming, more pizzas will be shared after the break time. So be here. The pizza man's story you need to hear. The rest of the presentation you need to be here. You've been very good audience, so clap for yourself. And those on Hope Channel, Facebook, YouTube, you also be following through with the trade fair, because the cameras will be there for you to see the products on exhibition. So don't go offline. Join us for the rest of the activities. And we are meeting here in this same auditorium in then exactly 3 p.m. Exactly 3 p.m. Let us all be here, and I'm sure you'll be blessed. Thank you, and let's file out gently, starting at the back.
And enjoy your meal as well.
Do enjoy your meal. And those on Facebook, you can...
The Buelah Seventh-day Adventist Church, in collaboration with Ellen, Gilead, Berean, Chrysolite, and Pernell SDA churches, presents the Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Conference 2022 under the theme Raising Godly Entrepreneurs Amidst the Current Global Crisis. Monday, 11th July 2022 at 9 a.m. prompt at the Buelah SDA Church, Kwadaso Estate, Kumasi. Admission is free. Speakers: Honorable John Ampretu Akuma, Captain Prince Kofi Amwabin, retired, Terry Afram, Dr. Stella Ajeni-Mboaten, Frank Duapoku, Elder Kwekwa Ajeni-Mboaten. The Innovation, Creativity and Entrepreneurship Conference 2022 will be live only on Hope Channel, your preferred Christian TV station.
A man who lies, God is good all the time. He's not a man who fails, not a man who lies, God is good all the time to me. Not a man who fails, not a man who lies, God is good all the time to me. I said, my God is good. God is good. God is good all the time to me. My God is good. God is good. Hey, God is good all the time to me. God is good.
Hope Channel, changing lives.
Has an inbuilt potential within. There is something that you can do that I can't. This lady over there, she does microfinance. I can't. Me and some ton pizza. That's a difference. So it all begins with self-identification. How do you identify yourself? How do you come about knowing that this is what you are destined to do? And the only way out is for you to try and fail. Successful people are not people who are successful. No, they are people who tried so many times and failed. Pizza Man didn't just come up as Pizza Man. Initially, we were selling banku and then pork. To the extent that Chris and then Eben, they've even sold, female bra. You get to your brazier, they've sold some before. But they tried and failed because it wasn't what they were destined to do. So Chris went into an SRC election and he lost. So what did he do? He seized the opportunity because his name was already out there. How does he make good use of the name? He came up with a business, and that was a pizzeria. He didn't have the capital. So had it been any of us here, you would have been like, oh, my main chain, after service, I'll just gather money and start. No. He started it from his balcony. I mean, those who've been to the university before, how the hostels are, that is how the whole thing started. They failed at a point, closed down the shop, because there was no funds. Chris had the opportunity to go study in Germany, but he took a risk, which most of us wouldn't take. His sponsorship, his school fees that was supposed to cater for his master's education in Germany. He came back to Ghana and started Pizza Man with it. Most of us wouldn't have done that. Why could cheaper? I'll be a pizza joint. Why the assurance people will even buy? So life is all about risk. But you taking a risk doesn't mean you succeed. You fail at a point. Personally, I went to KNUS. I was in a business school, As a young man, everybody thinks so after school, all what you do is you just come outside, get a white-collar job. But it doesn't work that way. I'm speaking to the youth here, especially those who are about graduating and those who have graduated. It's not about you getting an office work. The office works don't pay. I'm being honest with you. I have colleagues that I completed school with them. They got into these banks. My salary is way higher than they are receiving now. Why? Because I took a different path.
I knew what I wanted to achieve. Because after school, I was depressed. I went into a transport business, of course, which I wasn't destined to. So I failed. I invested all my savings into it. It got to a point I was so depressed to the fact that I wanted to even take my life. Why? Because my whole life savings is gone. What would I do? And in these offices weren't giving me a better offer. Some were willing to pay like 600, 700, some were even on commission basis. What would you do? Some of you go in for it, but I knew what I wanted. I spoke to God. That's the most important thing. Regardless of everything, you should involve God, because without Him, nothing can be done for you. Don't trust humans. Trust God. Speak to Him directly. So I spoke to Him often. I spoke to Him at dawn, praying at 12 a.m. And then I had seen a pizza man flyer. They were looking for kitchen assistants. I saw it on 2 occasions. I was like, school business administration. Why would I go and work in the kitchen? Meanwhile, the salary was 1,000 Ghana cedis. So I went for interviews, and I was still not convinced. I was going to these insurance companies, engaging them. The salary wasn't so good for me. So what did I do? I applied. I got a job. I started. It was stressful. I wanted to even quit at a point, because I was like, why am I even stressing? But the question is, had I quit, would I have been here today? Most of the speakers have actually touched on most of the things I'm talking about. Attitude towards work. I started work around September 2021, I guess. 1 month later, I got a promotion to be part of the marketing team. Meanwhile, I came to meet people in the company. What's the difference? My attitude towards work. There's a difference between you having a good attitude towards work and an yeah, if the boss is around, you're just like, yeah, me. There are days, even on my off days, I was moving from my house to the branch to help them do deliveries, because my is mine. And it paid off today. It has really paid off. I wouldn't lie to you. There are so many opportunities I've gotten because I committed myself to the work. And the people I came to meet, they are still at where they are because of attitude towards work. Because the kind of risk I would take, they wouldn't take that. How I relate with customers, they wouldn't do that. Because at the end, I know that the work I'm doing is what pays me. But we have people in the company, or generally, once we are working people, we know that, at the end, they'll pay me at the end of the month. So why would I have to risk? But me, if something goes wrong with the customer's order, then my heart, because at the end of the day, whoever has the money has options to look at. But they chose you, so they have the purchasing power. Would you deny them what they are actually supposed to get? Are you supposed to give them bad services? These are the two things we need to look at. There's an adage say, and also so the mere fact that the business isn't for your family, or the business isn't for someone who is solely related to you, doesn't mean you don't have to stay committed. You really need to stay committed, because it really pays off. It really, really pays off. Most of us might have the dream here, but how do you work towards it? I believe in building bonds. Some in Afram is of no use. Friends who call you, let's go out, let's do this. I'm not saying I'm against the fact that you should go out, but you should have friends who envision and support your dream. Amongst us, we have friends who are dream killers. I wouldn't lie to you. You propose the idea to them, they will let you know, say, They will give you reasons why it wouldn't work. But then they didn't envision it. You did. So what are you supposed to do? Draw yourself from those people. Sit down. I'm telling you this emphatically. Whoever you share your dream with, and then the person doesn't agree with you, cut the person off. Whether your mother, your father, your family, cut them off. Because this life, it is you and then yours to live. You might want to start a business. You tell your mom, Mommy, I want to do this. And she tells you, oh, where the EMFA? I didn't know EMFA. She will give you reasons why EMFA. To the extent that she will tell you, a lot of people are doing it. Yes, a lot of people are doing it. But how do you stand tall? That is the difference. Pizza Man just started actively in 2018. But let's be realistic. Let's take the year 2000 to 2018. There have been so many pizzerias in Ghana, pizza joints. But the question is, where are they now? We came into the picture less than 4 years ago. We are making a difference. Why? Because we have good attitude towards work. We have a plan. We have a goal that we seek to achieve. They were talking about, I think one lady asked about the fact that people start businesses with 300 cedis and then the next moment they are driving in big cars and all that. I'll urge you to read this book, Richest Man in Babylon. I don't know, has anyone read it here? The Richest Man in Babylon, yes. It talks about the fact that you shouldn't eat your children. When I say children, once you invest into something, your profits or the dividends you get, it is not yours. Reinvest it into the business. Once it grows, reinvest it again. Just imagine, Pizza Man started just one shop. Eventually, they got a food truck. Most of us would have just relaxed. At least you are getting a branch. You have a food truck that tours for you. But now, they took the risk. They invested the money into a different branch at Sofoline. From Sofoline, moved to Ahojo to Swami. Now we have branches in Accra. And you are opening 2 extra branches in Accra this weekend. That is the difference. Because most of us, once we start business, it's we just want to go by the trend. I want to buy a Series watch. I want to buy an iPhone. Now I want to move from my apartment because you want to feel comfortable. You can never succeed with you being in your comfort zone. You need to be comfortable in your uncomfortable zone. Let me put it that way. That is the difference. Most of us wish to be like us. But if I tell you the stress I go through every single day, you wouldn't believe it. The stress Chris goes through every single day. The stress Ebenezer goes through every single day. You wouldn't believe it. We go through that stress because we have a plan, we have a goal, we are working towards it. We are not relaxed. Some of you here will just create a business, start a business. They get 10, 20 customers. People buy from them regularly, then that's it. They begin to develop bad attitude. Yeah, and you keep on losing them. Will I fall? You keep on losing them. Once you start selling, how do you retain your customers? We do things that these companies don't do. And even if I give you the plan of Pizza Man today, tomorrow it can change. Because we have a team, we're a family. As I'm here, I'm the customer relations manager. I used to be the marketing manager. There are certain things till now I don't even know. If I tell you the ones I know, tomorrow it will change. Because we are going with strategies, we have a plan. Do you think it's easy for 2 young men to wake up and in their dream is to reduce the unemployment rate in Ghana? We employ literally graduates, and we are the highest paying restaurant in Ghana. I don't know if yes, we are the highest paying restaurant in Ghana. The basic salary at Pizza Man is 1,000 Ghana cedis. Let's be realistic. How many people will be paying 1,000 Ghana cedis? Basic. That means we have people who take more than that. Graduates. But the question is, how many graduates are willing to work with us? Because they feel so, wako school. And also meanwhile, it pays more than this bank. Let's be realistic. These bank tellers, some take as low as 600, 700 cedis. They be over tire. Yeah. And then realistically, you working with a company like us, you get exposed to a whole lot of people. People working in workouts. You can meet your destiny helpers. You can meet your wife, your family. There has been an instance where staff have even gotten an opportunity to travel. Just because he served the customer well, the customer ended up falling in love. Oh yeah. But most of us wouldn't look at these things. If you say, I should be in tie, I should be in suit. If not for this program, I was supposed to go and look for my shoe because I haven't even seen it in a very long while. Okay, sure. Since now, can you mean now? I mean, to me. So yes, that's how it is. Commitment. A Juman no dia, but funny say oh dear. Everybody, and then it's time. Let me put it that way. My star may shine today. You'll be expecting for yours to shine tomorrow, but it doesn't work that way. It takes God, hard work, and determination to get there. You might be working so hard. You need to, oh, my Jumana, why aren't they promoting me? You might be lacking something, your relationship with God. You might have it all. You might have the job, the money, everything. But if you don't talk to God, how does God connect you? If not for Pizza Man, I hadn't been on TV before, I hadn't been on radio before. But I knew what I wanted once I got into the company. And I started praying about it. And I'm still praying about it. Because there's a dream for the company to go outside the country. Do you get it? Yes. So it's all about you, the decision you take. All right? And then I was speaking to one young lady. She said she sells spring rolls and all that. And she was complaining about her marketing aspect. So I'll touch a little bit of that. You see, once you have a product, I mean a food product, you should make good use of social media. The old form of advertisement is dead and gone. The TVs, the billboards. I'm not saying it's bad, but let's be realistic. How many times have you been influenced to buy a product by a billboard? How many times? When I'm like a billboard, I'm not that. No. What about social media? Yes. Impulse buying, bet you see, sometimes I can be online. I have a serious watch, but I was going online, I saw another one, I bought it. Me find you, but I bought it because social media gives you that kind of connection. You feel that kind of life vibe. Capitalize on it. You have a business. Start from WhatsApp. WhatsApp status, yes, and then you just be posting memes. Make good use of your audience. You have friends, beg them to post. You have church colleagues. You come to church, there's a screen. Come and see them. They'll post your flyer there for you. You get bias. Make good use of the environment around you. You're on social media, you're posting someone's dance videos, forgetting you have a business to promote yourself. You may be there bashing the government because the government is not providing jobs. If we are to wait for the government to provide jobs for us, there will be no jobs. So why don't you identify a problem within your environment and solve it? Someone took the risk, got to realize that, oh, there is a name after the SRC election. So let's make good use of it. So what makes you different? Why can't you do the same? What's preventing you? I'm not going to say once you start, you fail. I want to lie to you, you fail. It's kind of best shit. Oh yeah. But how do you get the patience to wait? And you'll be on a wabutero. It's just like, take the business like a treasury bill. I don't know if most of you do treasury bill. We have the 3 months, we have the 90 days, 180 days. Just invest the money. Commit yourself to the business. Watch it grow. It will get to a point where at the end you don't have to even stress. That time will come, but it takes time. The time will come, but it takes time for that time to come. Find ways and means of promoting your business. Aside social media, you can do in-person selling. You go for gatherings, you go for weddings, you go for funerals. Walk to people. Enter offices, enter houses. Those in the university, go to the various hostel rooms. Let them know that this is what you have to offer. Let them buy, convince them to buy. There are days you feel bad when you say because you might not even make a sale. But that shouldn't let you down, because a day is coming that you're going to make more than enough. To the extent saying, it gets to a point that pizza man, a journey in our comparison, because it becomes overwhelming. Most of you have gone to our branches on special days. I mean, special days as in holidays, Mother's Days, those days. You go to see the place power packed. Why? Because there was a dream some time ago, and then we work towards it. I sometimes ask Chris, so now GDP business will grow this far. He told me yes, but the duration was what he doubted, because in a space of 2 years, 2 years, some of you have brilliant ideas, but you have no one to speak to. There are so many angel investors out there. Speak to them. There's quick angels. Mama Paul. Call them, engage them. They invest in businesses. You give them their proposal. You give them your proposal. Once it makes sense to them, they buy into it. And then the fact that they are investing it into your company doesn't mean you need to feel relaxed. If you want to know angel investor and you want to do with your own money, you can. But what is your commitment level? That draws the line. Attitude towards work, commitment, determination, most importantly, God draws the line. If you miss one out of these steps, trust me, you fail. You might feel so well enough that, at the end of the day, you're making good cash. You hardly even pray, because so at the time, somebody would buy. I also touch on networking. If you have these amazing people at your disposal, you might never see them again, apart from today. What are you supposed to do? Connect with them, not just them, but the people around you. Because if your business will grow, it grows from the smaller circle that you have. The family and friends are the ones who make and will make businesses. So why won't you seize the opportunity to connect? The amazing young man, the lawyer friend, because my case, my friend. So Benjamin, right? Yes. Don't be too shy. On my flight to Kumasi, I was with Pastor Lawrence Tete. He was sitting right beside me. I was so shy that I even wanted to take a picture, but so he just stopped me. He's like, "Pizza man," I said, "Yes." I was, "Oh yeah, feel free and take a picture." I said, "Yeah." But I would have missed the opportunity had he not approached me, because sometimes we feel our helpers are too big or too busy to the extent that they wouldn't get time for us. You see, once you approach them, go straight to the point. Let them know that this is what you want. If it is guidance, it is guidance. If it is monetary aspect, it's between you and them. Me oba more for monetary aspect, I mean to me hear more. That's what I say. But to guide you through the paths, I can. So seize every little opportunity to get to network. And I'll emphasize on this one again. The white collar jobs don't pay. Don't waste your time just to impress your friends and family. Just to take snaps and you'll be at the office, paying less. Meanwhile, you can start your own business, get paid, build an empire out of the business. Regardless, you can. The fact that someone has done it before shows you can also do it. At the end of the day, we all can be doing the same thing. But what makes me different is how I go about my work. I can be selling a billion. Everyone does it. But what makes me different? My packaging. My communication with customers. How do I do it? You see, Ghanaians are weird to the extent that once people begin to patronize their goods, African almost saying, will be better. Yeah. So Abeleno, instead first, if they were using milk, because you cry milk, no me bokao, yinyam faso. So they will switch to needle. And then with time, they will start losing customers, but they wouldn't realize it. Imagine when the business is down. Now if you you feel me? So please, this is the little I have to tell you. Make the conscious effort for yourself. Don't think about the family you have now, your mother, your father, your siblings. Don't think about them now. Think about your future, your kids, your husband. Would you want them to go through what you've gone through? No. In my university days, I was sleeping on the floor in my friend's room. And I don't want my child to do the same. So what am I doing? I'm working so hard enough to make more money so that my kids wouldn't go through what I'm going through. But if you sit reluctantly, now you are waiting for the grace to come. It will never come. Work towards it. Have good attitude towards work. Be determined. Set your goals and work towards it. And most importantly, add God. God seals it all. He seals it. Maybe you've been praying for that opportunity to meet someone, or you've been praying for that breakthrough. Don't wait for the breakthrough to come. Start working. The breakthrough itself will come. The breakthrough itself will come. You don't sit home and tell God, oh God, I want to start a food business, so please let me meet somebody, and somebody will give me like 10,000 and I'll start the work. I can give you $100,000 today to start a business. You will fail. Why? Because you lack guidance. You lack the commitment towards work. You don't have it. So whatever you want to venture into, make sure you've spoken, or make sure you've learned so much about the work itself. Someone might say, oh, I'm a customer relations manager. So I can do pizza, I can toast mix, I can make fried rice, I can make jollof, I can literally make every single thing pizza man is selling. But if we put ourselves in a corner where we have the business idea, we employ people to do it, at the end of the day, we pull ourselves out, leave it for our workers to do it, that is when we begin to fail. Because once the staff messes up, when we say, because but it's for you to let the staff know, say, you can do it. At first, I was one person, I wasn't into those suspension and less attack people because, but I was making a fool out of myself. Once you don't treat my customers well and I get a report, you go home. Because there are lots of people on standby who actually want to get work. So if you get opportunity to work and you mess up, that is it for me. And I don't give second chances. Because there's a saying that if you're not willing to give the fifth chance, never give the second chance. Once you give a second chance, he or she will know that there's a way or there's a window to you. I have married women, I'm very young, but I have married women or older people I work with, and I call them with a due respect. Once I'm at the office, we are all cool. Like, I always don't like the boss title. I have that personal relationship with you, so that once anything pops up, you can just open up to me. So there's a married woman, an old woman in my office. She messed up. She was supposed to come to work, and then she didn't. Neither did she communicate. So I gave her a suspension, and then later in the night, I was there, and the husband called me. What would you do? You feel pity for her and accept her back. Humanity's sake might say yes, but for business sake, never do it. I told her point blank. Rules are rules. As the doc said, I wouldn't sack you, but the rules will sack you. The rules will give you the suspension. Because the moment you mess up, I'll just take you to the rules and regulations I gave it to you when you came to the office. When you miss a call, when you don't talk to a customer, what is the punishment? You read it out, you take your bag, then you go. So please, this is the little I have to share. All right? And then, One last thing. Let me do advert, okay? Those who are on Instagram and Twitter, kindly follow my business page, right? Pizza Man, Chicken Man. Follow it up. And then I don't know the number of boxes they've shared. Frankly, how many? 4. So you just add 6, let's make it 10. But Lexus has a special place in my heart. He's going to get a special package. My teacher from SHS, all right? Thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put together for Frank Biapoku. We are so grateful for coming. Does anyone have one question to ask him? In a minute, just one. So our pizza winner, please come. Frank will come back. Be snappy, because we need to do some presentation so that our bosses can fly out.
Thank you very much. So I was thinking, since he was going to tell us about Pizza Man, he was going to tell us how Chris started, how he invested the money and all that, because he gave an example that Chris was supposed to go and do his master's outside. And then in Germany, he used the money to start Pizza Man. Number one, is he saying that if after school I was supposed to go and do my PhD or something, I should invest in business? Number two, he was giving us general principles that normally we find in textbooks. How does it really apply on the grounds?
I don't think I'll wait for Chris to come. I met some friends. They are doing well with their business right now. They met at Kane University for their MBA program. And when they got there, the cost for the MBA program was 25,000 cedis. So while they were at orientation, waiting, they said, the 3 friends were sitting at the back. So you 25, me 25, this one 25. When we put together, it's 75,000. Jack, let's get out of the class. They left the class. Today, their business, they are employing other people. They are employing their colleagues who have finished their MBA to work for them. Wow. Okay, so friends, having an MBA with no business experience, it's nothing. A lot of us are hiding behind academic degrees out of fear. We are not able to get out of the classroom. It's time for us to get out. So Frank, the question was for you that Chris using his money for MBA program to open a business, should they also do same? If you have a proven concept and you know that idea will work, I can tell you, go all out. Don't hide behind academic credentials in the classroom. You finish national service, then you run away to go and do MBA. You are putting yourself in jeopardy. Now, these days, we don't have to. You can do the MBA whilst working. Someone has a PhD. E-Juice company was looking for a regional marketing manager for Ashanti and Ahafo. We received somebody with a PhD seeking for that position. When we saw the credentials, he has not worked for more than 1.5 years in his life. Academic. Yeah, no need to juice. So friends, get out of the classroom and step out into the space, and it will work. Our dignitaries, some of them, the flight time will catch up with them. So we want to do a quick presentation so that they can go. So ladies and gentlemen, we have one of us here who is an artist. He said, Elder, I have taken the time to produce the image of Captain Kofi Amwabin. So it's Ruben in the house. He's one of the businesses, he's his son, but we have the portrait here. Captain, please step forward. We want to do this presentation to you before you go. So Edejenim, please come. Please come and do this honor for us. I have not seen the portrait. The last time I went for a program, somebody drew me. And I told the person that when I take it to the house, my children will say, Daddy, who is this one? So I decided not to take it home. Yes. Okay, so want to say, someone should please call me Ruben. We'll see if it does look like you. Oh, yeah. Someone should please bring Ruby here. Captain. No, we have something else. The church also has a gift for you. Some amazing books. I want you to, one, it started Not for Sale, Integrity in a Culture of Silence. Then we have The Great Controversy by E.G. White and Healed Wound, Ugly Scars. These are 3 beautiful books we want you to have. And we have this citation as well for you. Eda, please do as the honor.
For being a speaker at ICE 2022 conference held in Kumasi on Monday, 11 July, at Buelah SDA Church Auditorium. Words alone cannot express our sincere appreciation for your quality time spent with the participants of ICE 2022. For such a time as this, when men's heart is failing them, when young men and women have no sense of direction, and youth unemployment is on the ascendancy. For such a time like this, when global economic crisis is putting many young entrepreneurs out of business, this is the time you have come to inspire, educate, and transform us into resilient entrepreneurs. We are indeed grateful for the experience shared, the insight given, and the direction provided for the participants to become godly entrepreneurs. God bless you immeasurably for your resourcefulness. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is Ruben, the gentleman who drew your portrait. Yeah. So, Sompa, we have something also for you. Please come up for assisting and making sure all the troubles we put you throughout the week, making sure that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Sompa, Inshraba, thank you so much. And Buelah is grateful. LM is grateful. Gilead is grateful. Penwa is grateful. Terry, please join us here. Let's put together for our speaker. Terry, thank you so much. All the way from Holland. Now back home to stay. We have some books and a portrait for you and a citation for you. God bless you, Terry. Then our chicken man, pizza man. Please come, Frank Duapoku. Let's put together our hands for him. As a cook in the kitchen, now the man in charge of making sure the pizza goes everywhere. God bless you. And because pizza man is here, Eda, wait. You pick 2 so that we can add up. Let's see who will be the lucky person.
All right, so I have, Emmanuel Kofi.
Emmanuel Kofi, are you here?
I have another Emmanuel Kofi in my office. I thought it was him. Then I have Divina Ajimbrefo.
Divina Ajimbrefo.
Sister, where are you?
Somebody should call her.
Yes. Kindly call her for us.
So we have done 6. We'll do 2 more. 8. Then the last one we'll reserve it for the closing.
Let me have the one.
This is the first one.
All right, so I have Dr. Erica Dabo. Doctor, where are you? I know you from Berean SDA Church. Dr. Erica Dabo. And then
Dabo. Okay.
He's not around.
Okay.
Then I have Akwesi and Atimpim. All right.
Okay. So kindly come.
So we have seen all of you. We have the names here.
So how do you
Frank,
feel?
how did they get it? Okay, so all of you will be called to the branch closer to you by close of day. You receive a hot, large size pizza. Thank you for coming. All right. God bless you. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the last presentation. And after that, we have two quick announcements that will follow, and the conference will come to an end. But we have a very important assignment. Our men from Gratis Foundation and Amidst should also be ready. Some few minutes, you'll be sharing something with us. But we have a very important ceremony that we need to do right now. But before we come to that, Amidst, ladies and gentlemen, all the short code we've been using for this program, there's somebody here who has been developing all these things for us. I want you to put your hands together for him. Please come. He's also a sponsor to this program. And he has developed a number of things to share. Now he has short code for different types of activities. Please just share a little for us.
Thank you. For the sake of time. Good afternoon. Yeah. And I salute Mike. This is the first time Amidst is standing in front of a crowd to talk about the product. Fortunately, this is the first year after 10 years of producing something that is used by the public. The brand wouldn't be too popular because we don't work for the public. We know where our customers are and we touch them. But this year we brought a train product, and one is what we are seeing. We call this one the Events Dawn. We've seen that people love to attend functions. They do a lot of functions, funerals, weddings, whatever you call it, like this conference. Those who came early, you went through the hell to write like we normally do. If the exercise book gets lost, that's the end of it. And even if it doesn't get lost, somebody to translate it back, to become digital for use, becomes something else. So now we have saved that headache. You just get a short code, people dial. In fact, you can do pre-registration like we did before we came. And at the date, you can do attendance. So you do that, and afterwards, you have your list conk. You can send them voice messages to thank them. You can send them SMS to thank them. And you have that base for yourself. So if it's an event that goes on, it means that when you are going for the next one, at least you have the people who came to send them the invitation, who in the end, and you can be analyzing. We did it here, this person came. So like this grace, whatever, you could have said that you came last year and you were here this year, or you have followed us for. So, that makes it easier. You save the money you use to print brochures and program outlines, because the moment the person dials in, you send the digital program outline. Because the fact is that people come for those manual ones. After the program, they leave them there. They don't use them, and they lose it. Sometimes they will be asking for, program, when your program, but when it is saved digitally, forever it is there. So they love to have it. And people love to use their phones these days. So knowing that, we know that, okay, I will use my phone instead of using the program. So let's start to put the program on the phone, which is still at the usage. So you save all those things. If you have a paid-for program, people can buy tickets and pay for them there according to whatever you give them. That is the event done. The trained sister or brother, I don't know whether they are females or males, is specifically for churches. We call that Red Shepherd. We've seen that attendance at church has become very difficult to track. And now, when you ask any church, or let me say religious organizations, when you ask any church to count the numbers and you add them together, there will be more than the people in Ghana. You get me? Every church claims to have these members. When you add all of them together, they are more than the Ghanaians. What it means is that people attend different churches and you call them your church members. And the next thing is that I'm not a pastor, I'm not an elder, but if I was a pastor or an elder, the worst thing that could have happened to me is when somebody says, my yard the few 4 weeks, and sometimes some church members, you easily miss them because they do nothing apart from coming to church. So in order to avoid that, we brought Rare Shepherd, which doesn't require anything. Ghana is now beyond phone coverage. Ghana is beyond 85%, and SIM card usage, Ghana is beyond 125%. I mean, I hope you understand. I have 7 SIMs, and Pastor has 5. So when it comes to phones, developing around phones is now something we think. So if you have a church and you said, okay, when I come to church, don't do anything. For the churches, we wouldn't ask you to type your name because the database is there. Just dial for it to tell you welcome to church. Then you know how people come to church, what time they come, and how often they come. It becomes easier to manage your church members. So if somebody is missing out, you can. If you are from Buelah and you go to Biren and they are all using it, you dial, it will welcome you without asking your name. But Biren will know that you came from Buelah. So when you are welcoming visitors, nobody should go and whisper in somebody's ear. These are the trained products that we have brought. In fact, that's the first time Amidst is coming out to be popular. We launched the event on last week, and we are looking to launch the Red Shepherd next month. And maybe for the sake of this opportunity, though the time is very fast spent, I would also want to, because Amidst actually started in my skull, even though it has now gone beyond me. So I would want to add this thing to us who want to begin as entrepreneurs, that let us sometimes get what I call holy anger for God. What I mean by holy anger is that speakers have spoken about how we relate to church, especially when it comes to money, fundraising, and those things. But sometimes when you see God needs some money for something, and you grow in some passion that I wish I had this to support it. When you pray, maybe a dream will come to your head and it will grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Amidst. God bless you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to have this quiet moment as we reflect on this final presentation. And I would like to invite a friend, a brother, and he's also not a stranger to this church and to the Adventist community as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the final charge. Pastor Gospel Teko Mensah.
Good evening to all of us. I want to thank the presenters for the good work done and the privilege given. For this final charge, we title it Arise and Shine. We have been literally schooled, encouraged, and shared or privileged to receive practical life stories, and I've seated at the back, I was seated there, and I was literally inspired by every presenter. Arise and shine. How many persons here are Christians? Just wave at me if you're a Christian, so that we will know that, okay. So permit me for us to bow our heads and let us pray. Father in heaven, in the next few minutes, give us something to go with and to think about. In Jesus' name, amen. This is the second year of the Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Conference and Trade Fair. It is being hosted in a church and by a church entity, and the theme is Raising Godly Entrepreneurs Amidst the current global crisis. So because it is based on Christian ethos, allow me to read the following. Luke chapter 19. Luke chapter 19. I'm going to read verse number 13. And I want you to follow me very closely in the next few minutes for us to the Bible says, Luke 19 verse 13, so he called 10 of his disciples, and then 10 of his disciples, or he called 10 of his servants, delivered to them 10 minas, and said to them, do business till I come. I want to first state that the Christian faith believes in entrepreneurship. One of the commands of Jesus is, do business till I come. First point. Point number 2, Matthew 5 verse 14 to 16. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do they light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a lampstand, and gives it light to all who are in the house. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Let me tie in the two. Do business till I come. And Jesus says, you are the light of the world. In essence, in doing business till I come, do business in a way that based on the successes of your business, based on the output of your business, the Bible says your business or your light will shine, that everyone will look at your good works and they glorify God. In this regard, I charge us all through God's word to say, arise and shine. There is a sad paradox I want you to take note of. In 1900, guess what? We have only 9 million Christians on the continent of Africa. By the year 2000, we were having 380 million Christians on the continent of Africa. We go to church on Saturday, some on Sunday. As we speak currently, it will interest you to know, according to the info provided by the Center for Studies for Global Christianity, Africa is having 631 million Christians, adding up to 45% of the entire worldwide Christian numbers. Let me say it differently. When you take all the continents of the world, Africa currently is the largest Christian continent in the whole of the world. Now the question is, why is it this way? Yet the African Christian, the Christian on the continent, we are not able to be the businessmen, the entrepreneurs that we ought to be. If you ask me, there is a critical missing link, and the missing link is we have a problem, and the problem is we do not execute the Christian ethos that Christianity stands for, and it begins with the mind. So in this short charge, I will share 4 paradigm shifts from a biblical perspective that every entrepreneur, every businessman must go with. As I listen to all the speakers, they all touch on them. We want to hold the loose ends. 4 mindsets every businessman who want to excel, impact the world, and be relevant in their space, they need to go with. Why do I say 4 mindsets? The Bible says, as he thinks in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 4 verse 23, be careful what you think, because your thought runs your life. So here are 4 key things. I want to submit by saying, if you want to measure a man, you measure him by his mind. There is a book written by John D. Snyder. Snyder made a case in his book, and he says it is not how tall a man is or how much he weighs that counts in life, but how much he knows, what he can do, and how good a mind he has. In underscoring this, he made some clear case about a man in the presence of Queen Anne. When Queen Anne was seated and Isaac Newton came to Queen Anne, the Queen asked, is that Dr. Watts? And Dr. Watts started to recite a poem. Were I so tall to reach the pole, or grabs the ocean with my span. I must be measured by my soul. The mind is the measure of a man. Dr. Quantum Pipin will say that there is nothing wrong with the African mind. Our problem is the mindset. What four mindset do we need to arise and shine? Mindset number one, we need to think differently. All the speakers, that is what they are attempting to say. I am tired of hearing that Africa is the next major thing. For the past 3.5 decades of my existence, I have heard Africa is rising. The potentials are high. Yet still, in my lifetime, Africa is yet to harness her potential. Reason number one, we are to think differently. These pictures exhibit different ways of thinking. There must be a different way. By this I mean, we need to pursue ideas. This is what all the speakers are saying, and it's based on the Bible. We don't pursue things, we pursue ideas. Ideas attract money. Ideas create change. Ideas change system. And then when we begin to think differently, we focus on improvement and expansion, and not just improvement of the wallet. There must be a paradigm shift. You know, it's overused, but permit me to use it today. 61% of Malaysia are not Christians. They are Muslims. 19% are Buddhists. 9.2% of them are just Christian. Ghana currently, 71% of us are Christians. In fact, in 1960, 25% of the Ghanaian population were Muslims, 23% were traditionalists, only 41 were Christian. The farmers in Ghana in 1960 were better than the farmers in Western Germany. So the more we become Christians, sadly, it's a sad paradox. The worse we become economically in our entrepreneurial mandate and in our ability to change and become global competitors. We were in this country. People came from Malaysia. They saw the way we do palm and this plantation. They took concept. They are leveraging it today. I'm talking about thinking differently. They have alternate fuel. They use the fuel differently. Their palm oil is superior, 27% higher in energy content. Biodiesel. These are a group of people also created in the image of God. You come to Ghana and the palm, this is what the Ghanaian use it for. So you look at the palm, we use it for fufu, we use it for a benkwai and all the stuff. I was passing somewhere during 6 March. Then I saw this, the palm that others came to leverage in our country. They look for this water, this stuff. We are using it for this. Look at this old man climbing a tree in search of palm wine. Ladies and gentlemen, as I listen to the speakers, one thing is clear. The Bible says, as you think in your heart, so you will be. Ghana is the thinking of Ghanaians. Africans are the thinking of Africans. Look at our villages and cottages where palm is grown. No change. We are not able to change the world. Somebody looks at a cow and is looking at Kotojue. That is what is in his mind. How can we ever become better? Tell somebody, think differently. No, I didn't hear you. Tell somebody, think differently. The Bible says, be careful what you think. Somebody sees a wheat and someone is thinking about a wheat bread, but someone is thinking about how can I have a bakery. It is the thinking. We need a certain different kind of thinking. You see the fields in the nation. You see the debt in Agogloshi, now a little minimized. The worst e-waste in the world, in our continent, in our country. Ghanaians must think differently. We are not children of a lesser God. I asked my daughter, what is chocolate? She said chocolate is a rectangular bar, blah, 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 blah. Then my daughter doesn't understand chocolate because the teacher told her a chocolate is just rectangular bar. Then I showed her these pictures. This is chocolate from Switzerland. Switzerland do not produce cocoa. But there is a certain thinking. Listen, all what we are saying today is for us to be the entrepreneurs we want to be, we need a certain different thinking. Look at what people have used the chocolate industry to do. We are in this country. Look at the farmers who are producing the cocoa. Much is not changing. The roads are not changing. The lives are not changing much. There must be a generation that are angry. You are angry because this mindset cannot continue. This behavior cannot be. You go to Japan. Japan has only less than 26 arable lands. They will be able to think differently. Now, majority of what will you call it, the fruit drinks are coming from Japan. A culture has emerged. The Bible says the Christians are the lights. Africa has 46% of the world's Christians. We are the most dependent continent. We know it the goal. Point number one. Let us think differently. That takes me to point number two. Why an entrepreneur? We need a mind of excellence. Everybody else, every speaker since morning I stood at the back, I was writing note profusely. Everybody is talking about excellence. They talk about those who were talking about marketing. When Retired was talking about his experience, one thing is settled: excellence. Excellence must be a mindset. It's a strategic asset. Excellence is respected by all. Excellence is rewarded by all. The Bible says, and this is a biblical mindset, do you see a man that excels in his work? He will stand before kings. He will not stand before ordinary men. The UT brand was outstanding. It was unique. It was different. It excelled. And the only reason why it was a competing force was because there was a sense of excellence. Excellent is a mindset. Excellent is being your best. My brothers and sisters, I want us to live here very angry that we cannot continue this way. We come to conferences and we gather, we eat food, everybody's happy, we go back the same. We need a change in mindset. And this is what the Bible is calling the Christian to do to the world. Martin Luther King says, if a man is called to be a street sweeper, he should sweep streets even as Michelangelo painted, or Beethoven composed music, or Shakespeare wrote poetry. He should sweep streets so well that all hosts of heaven and earth pause to say, here lives a great sweeper who did his job well. Somebody, you can say amen to this one. It is a different mindset. I am selling kose, I will do it well. I am selling water, I will do it well. Listen, Christianity is not just going to church to pray. Dislike mediocrity. Dislike averageness. This is how I put it. You can never change what you accept. You can never change what you tolerate. You can never change what you refuse to confront. Excellence is not just mere success. It is a way of life. The Bible, you believe and I believe, says, whatever your hands find to do it with all your might. Do it well. Sell the kenke well. Be the sweeper well. Be the Uber driver well. Whatever you are doing, if you are a writer, excel in the pen. If you are a doctor, excel at the theater table. If you are a chef, excel in the kitchen. Excel on the road, drivers, secretaries, excel at the computer. Refuse. I will not be a mediocre Christian. Good, better, best. May I never rest until my good is better and my better best. My teacher taught me in KG1. It means every day one of your songs and mine says, I am pressing on the upward way. New heights I gain every day. That is a song of excellence. Steve Jobs says, be a yardstick of quality, and Prof spoke about it. Some people aren't used to an environment where excellence is expected. Because Christians, we have failed. So today, excellence is now unusual. It should be the minimum requirement. Let the Christians arise. We need a mindset that thinks differently. We need a mindset that pursue excellence. And the third mindset we need a mindset of integrity. Integrity is the integration of your words and your behavior. Integrity means you mean what you say and you say what you mean. If I were to be doing a Bible study, I will use the word arete, which means it is a virtue of character. Matthew 5:37 says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. We go to work, we lie, we cheat people, we buy things 2 cedi because it is not common in the area. We shoot the price to 2 billion%. It is not integrity. Integrity is consistency. Integrity is the need of our continent. Look, I can tell you a tale between Haiti and Singapore. 2 nations. There is an economic leverage of integrity. Haiti, very poor. In fact, when you check the data, for the past 32 years, Haiti's integrity deficiency was at its lowest ebb. It had an economic turn on the country. You take Singapore, they attained independence far before Haiti, lesser than Haiti had in 1959. Today, Singapore, you check the integrity barometer, there is a difference. They are not Christian nation. They tell the truth. You go to the taxi rank, taxi drivers are lying. We only blame the politicians. Christians are thieves. Ghana's integrity challenge is the Christians' problem. If 70% of us are Christians, it means the lies in this country, 70% is perpetuated by Christians. Haiti has indicated, you check just in 2019, we were told Ghana loses 3 billion to corruption a year. In 2020, 4 billion in a year. Listen, if they want to try the artisans, how much they steal, the mechanics, how much they steal. Listen, we cannot be Christians and be pretending that God should bless our business when we are thieves. We need a mindset. People should know when you quote a price at your workplace, they don't need to beg too much for reduction. It means that is the best you can offer. Go to Nigeria, billions are stolen. In fact, we were told 480 billion was stolen in Nigeria in 54 years. 50% of Nigerians, 40 billion annual revenue of oil stolen and wasted. All the principles they were teaching here, don't waste. It is a biblical principle. Be honest. Integrity is an entrepreneur's moral force. Integrity is the entrepreneur's defense. It is your shield. Integrity is the foundation of entrepreneurial trust. Integrity is the only thing that gives weight to your words. Your clients don't believe you. Even church members don't believe church members. We are a group of inconsistent thieves. This is what our organization stands for. The Center for Outreach, Mentorship and Empowerment. We have a vision to empower students and young professionals through leadership development, mentorship, research and outreach. Our values are excellence, integrity, leadership, service. And we are on a mission across the land. University students, professionals. We want to imbibe a generation that will tell the truth. Let the Christian entrepreneur arise. We are saying mindset number 1, think differently. Mindset number 2, excellence. Mindset number 3, integrity. Which is the 4th one? It is a mindset of service. Everybody else took up. The whole day I was at the back. All they are trying to teach us is render service. UT was telling us that, look, our success and our apparent fall was because the culture of service, integrity, excellence was compromised. We are learning from those who have seen it all. The Bible has already stated it. A mindset of service. When we are talking about service, we are talking about a service mindset as an outlook that focuses on creating customer value, loyalty, and trust. Service. Mahatma Gandhi says the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Service. And this is what the Bible teaches in Colossians chapter 3. As I wrap this up, it says, whatever you do, whether in word or deed, do it all in the name of the Lord. Your business is representing Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. He said, workers, obey your employers in everything, and do it not with eye service, not with eye service. Only when their eye is on you to carry their favor, but with sincerity of heart and reverence to the Lord. The pizza man was talking about the way he buried himself in the service of pizza man. The Bible had already said it. Whatever you do, work at it all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters. So when you work for a bank, you are not working for them. When you are working in a poultry farm, you are not working for the boss. You are working for the Lord. This is the Christian outlook to entrepreneurship and business. Since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward, it is the Lord Jesus you are serving. So when you are in an Uber, the passenger, you are not serving him, you are serving Jesus. Treat people well. The central motivation for every service for the Christian must be Christ. We must be grateful for the privilege of service. Service should not be with motivation to please superiors. Service should be rendered sincerely and heartily. Service should be rendered as a worship. Rick Warren says, work becomes worship when we dedicate it to God and perform it as an awareness of his presence. Work becomes worship when we dedicate it to God and perform it with an awareness of his presence. I close with this point. But my girl, Father, where shall I work today? Some of you may be here, you might have finished your national service, and you are serving in a place you are not happy with. Some of you might be struggling with your businesses for years, and you are asking, Lord, why am I still in the wilderness wandering? I don't like where I am serving. I want the higher echelons of life. This poem speaks to me personally. Father, where shall I work today? And my love flowed warm and free. Then he pointed out a tiny spot and said, tend that for me. I answered quickly, oh no, not that. Why? No one will ever see, no matter how well my work was done. Not that little place for me. And the word he spoke, it was stern. He answered me tenderly, ah, little one, set that heart of thine. Art thou working for them or for me? Nazareth was a little place, and so was Galilee. In this poem he said, even the Jesus we profess, he was willing to serve at a very tiny city, at a very tiny place. What mindset can make us the Christian entrepreneurs we need? Number one, let's think differently. That's why we call it innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. What mindset do we need? A mindset of excellence. Mark 1:22. Jesus did everything excellently. What mindset do we need? A mindset of integrity. Mean what you say and say what you mean. What mindset do we need? A mindset that is of service. Ladies and gentlemen, so he called 10 of his disciples or 7, delivered to them 10 minutes and said to them, do business till I come. And remember, you are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor do they light a lamp and put it under a basket, but a lampstand, and it gives light to all who are in the house. Let your light shine before men, so that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. Is there somebody here who wants to say, look, I want to be a different entrepreneur. I want to be a different Christian. I want to be a representative of Jesus in the marketplace. I want to do it differently. I want you to stand on your feet and we whisper a prayer. Father in heaven, we are not just here to learn principles and to go and be the same. In this place, we are here as godly people. We want to reflect godly ethos, principles, ideals, and standards. we ask for strength. The world is not looking for entrepreneurs that are corrupt, that are thieves, that are dishonest, and that are very shady. Our society is dying of want of men. Men who will not be bought or sold. Men who in their inmost soul will be true and honest. Please, Lord, these four mindsets, help us that by your grace we can exemplify them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor TK. And we are also very happy that all of you were able to make it. For us, this is not the end. We have the database of all of you who participated. And we have a unit, a whole department. If you need any guidance, any counsel, any advice for your business, we have a whole team, a whole unit that is ready to assist. Just send us an SMS from the numbers that are on the flyer, and we'll reach out to you. Please do so. We want to continue this. This is not going to be the first time. We are in season 2, and very soon season 3 will be coming up. So continue to put in your best. We have a short information. We have gratis foundation here. Please come, sir. We want to give you, though some of you need machinery, we want to give you his contact. He will tell you all the machinery just in 2 minutes, so that if you need any machinery for your business as we go, this is the man for processing, for drying, any kind of machinery. Gratis Foundation is here to manufacture it for you. So in 2 minutes, tell us what you have.
Good afternoon, or the evening. Yes. My name is James Nsia Ojauri, the Gratis District Manager at Mampong, Asante. Gratis Ghana Regional Appropriate Industrial Service. So we have been set up under the Ministry of Trade and Industry to support industries. We manufacture equipment, we repair equipment, and we also do installation. Apart from that, we do replication. In case you find a machine that you want to use, you can bring it to us and we'll copy the machine for you to use. We also do training of mastercraft persons and apprentices. We also give opportunity for students, particularly technical students from technical institutions, for attachment. Currently, we have 2 national service personnel. One finished KNUST. He did automotive engineering. The other one did electricals. I told them, I don't want you to go and join the unemployed position. So we're going to support you. Apart from what the training will give you in our workshop, I introduced them to other mastercraft persons, and they are into training. The one in the automobile is very interested in his training, and he's already gaining some experience. And likely he can set up his business after school. We work with the Ghana Enterprises Agency, previously BAC. We collaborate. MBSSI. The district centers are BACs. We collaborate. We link ourselves up in terms of clients with the support of the Rural Enterprises Program. So if you are here and you are a graduate or a student, start thinking about what you will do after school. In fact, the university education is to make you versatile, to be able to think. But as for the work you do, I don't think any government anywhere can provide employment for the teeming graduates. So in order not to waste time, I will give you my number. And in case you want any information concerning the manufacture of equipment, we can do that for you. But we manufacture equipment like agro-processing equipment, anything concerning agro, and then productive equipment like soap making, any equipment that you want. We can discuss, and even if it's not in existence, we can sit down with you, discuss, and come up with something that will help you. We have come up with a fufu machine, and it's working. I have a portable one in my house. Yesterday, I got 60 Ghana cedis. 60 Ghana cedis from it. So you can buy one and then you do business with it. There are people who have bought other equipment and they're making business with it. So there are a lot of business opportunities. I think the most important thing about employment is either lack of opportunities or laziness. I was traveling last week and I came with somebody. He does cassava chips, and that's what they are using to process ethanol. And there are a lot of cassava in the system. I think we should try to leave our comfort zone. Living in Kumasi and the cities where the employment opportunities are very few. In my village, somebody sold yams, 900 million 1 year. Yams, 900 million. A farmer who hasn't even been to school. But with our knowledge in agric and other things, I think we can create jobs for ourselves and our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nsia. Thank you. Mr. Nsia, they want your contact number.
024 330 1836. 0224 330 1836. James Nsia Ojauri. Nsia Ojauri.
So you can say gratis. He has mentioned the number twice.
024 330 1836.
Thank you very much. People have started calling when he's even on the stage. All right. Pastor J, would you please draw closer to me here? Friends, this program, if you want to have a certificate to show that you came for this conference, the organizers want to make provision for you, but it's not for free. And this is an executive certificate with the signatures of 5 of the key speakers on it. If you want it, the number on the flyer, just send your name that you want the certificate, and you send your momo of 20 Ghana cedis for the set if you are interested. It's not forced. Those who send may God bless all of us for spending your time and for sitting in since morning up to this time. God richly bless. By Pastor Ej Buedu.
Shall we be on our feet as we close this program? Father Divine, we thank you so much for today. We thank you for the opportunity granted us to be part of this program. We thank you for the lives of all our speakers and every participant here. Father, as we leave here, we pray that you continue to bless us. Most of us have thought about a lot of things during this program. We want to start something, but we need your help. We need you to strengthen us. We need you to give us the courage to move forward with it. Father, anywhere we can get resources to start these things that you've ingrained in our minds, kindly give it to us. Daddy Lord, as we are living here, we pray committing everybody to you, that you lead us safely to us, so that the next time we can meet here, we will give you glory and honor. Continue to bless us, continue to show yourself strong in our lives. This humble prayer through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please sit down for 2 minutes. I was looking out for Pastor T. Kimmins and he was out. Pastor, please come. We have a gift for you. Citing. Sister Lois, please come. Kweku Outlook, please come. We have a gift for you as part of our panelists and our resource persons. Honestly, we have been blessed, and at a short notice, flying all the way from Accra to join us here. And Pastor Jebwedu is in. Okay, Sami, please come and help me do this presentation. My brother Sami from Biren, Samuel Ameyao from Biren. Pastor, the church is so much grateful, so we present to you this wonderful citation. And my brother from Biren will do this presentation for us. We've read the message, so we want to present to you. God bless you so much. Sister Lois, please be here. You also present this to our sister, our young entrepreneurs. Then Kweku Outlook. He's around. He can't go home. We need more designs. So the rest will be presenting to Dr. Stella Ejenimbuatin and Elder Kweku Ejenimbuatin at their hotel. We are grateful to you. Okay, so the number for the Momo, once again, you want to write for the certificate. This is the number for the certificate. This is the number for the certificate. So please kindly take note. Just a minute. 2 numbers. Two numbers. Okay. So 0246 18 1134. Just send your name that I want the certificate. Then you send your Momo to that number as well. 0246 18 1134. Then we have 0242 527829. Both names start with Emmanuel. Either Emmanuel Abankro or Emmanuel Asante Okoto. These are the 2 names you can see.
The Buelah 7-Day Adventist Church, in collaboration with Ellen, Gilead, Berean, Chrysolite, and Peniel SDA churches, presents the Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Conference 2022 under the theme Raising Godly Entrepreneurs Amidst the Current Global Crisis. Monday, 11th July 2022 at 9 a.m. prompt at the Buelah SDA Church, Kwadaso Estate, Kumasi. Admission is free. Speakers: Honorable John Ampretua Kuma, Captain Prince Kofi Amwabin, retired, Terry Afram, Dr. Stella Ejenimbuatin, Frank Duapoku, Elder Kweku Ejenimbuatin. The Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Conference 2022 will be live only on Hope Channel, your preferred Christian TV station.